broken vicar, where crimes are baked in every show. Mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We sing it's time to go. Whistling clues, battering news, mixing stories, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken, with a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble, lights don't rise. We'll sift the clues, defy the rules, with a spark in our eyes. The broken rise, broken rise. Welcome to the broken baker. Get ready. Let's go.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
That's the wrong cam. You should think that after 2.5 years, I should know what I was doing. Nope. Can't learn, won't learn, still don't do anything right. Hey, everyone, and happy Turkey Day for all of you Americans who will be in a tryptophan coma in X amount of hours. I wish it was me, even though I am not the biggest fan of poultry. I do like some turkey, especially like the stuffing. Hey, Christine and Nicola. Happy Thanksgiving from a cold and icy Scotland. It's just wet and cold in Denmark. Yay. I'm so happy you're happy. Hey, brokenhearted. Oh, yeah. I'm thankful I went to Tennessee this year. I like that place. Hey, Patches. How we doing? And this is Elizabeth, St. Louis. Ritz from Chicago. Show Life. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. And Peter A. Colorado Mountain Girl. Jemima. Helen from Holland. Little D. Hey, Kimber Heels. And Ernest Beard. Melissa Crawford. Brianne Morgan Thomas. Fancy sounding name. Tammy Lee. Yeah, it's also just a Thursday right here, but we pretend we do the. I learned this one last year. I am quite the artist, as most people know, so I know Peter is the one who has the art channel, but just wait till you see this one. This will probably blow most of you socks off if you're wearing any, because this whiteboard is a little bit too small. Now we're just going to make it a little bit weirder. See what I learned from the Americans last year. A toiki. Yes, I am. I should have a baker's art stream, but it'll probably rival most of Van Gogh and Peter A's artwork. Hey, Hyacinth. And Cindy. Salty Dog in Indonesia. Never worry anything. Hey, Tash. I'm not a mess. I'm just I like to get the adrenaline high. Hey, hey. Our fearless leader. Yeah, it's not a cult. It's just a cult. Pineapple ham. That sounds good. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. I had that last week where I was feeling sick. My daughter called me yesterday. She was getting it now. So, yeah. For all who celebrates, happy Thanksgiving. Hey, Shax. And AJ, how are you doing? Well, it's I don't know when this is ending. Let's see how people are. It's hey Penny, getting so far behind. Hey Cindy and Kelly and Disney Nerd and Chrissy. Good morning. Grandbaby is eating, getting big, and I don't want to be that annoying grandparent, but I haven't seen him in 3 weeks, so I don't know. His mother is going to see him today, and there in Denmark we call them like cardboard dads. If it's your wife's new boyfriend who's been in the girl's life, it's not a nice word. I don't. Well, it's it's what we call them. But he's going to see him tomorrow, so I think Muffa needs to go see him again. Hello, hey biker. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Melanie. And Debbie Blair, the one, the only, the Pharaoh. Good you came in here because I was effing around with something in my background. So I need to do whip, whip, whip. Do this one. Your mom is walking around without a bra on, offending my husband. Yay, family. Just get them all drunk and start talking politics. You'll be fine. Hand turkey o'clock. It's not bad. It's most first graders would be envious of me. That's the amount of wild turkey I will have after the stream. So far behind. Hey, Kit Kat. Oh no, I'm not. I'm the worst in the world. Mr. Tom Gillis, the man with the iron. We did see you saying you were happy. You're baking a pie right now. I will be baking in a minute. Having smoked turkey. I'm not a big fan of smoked meat. Hey, only fan. So bad. Yes, and he was sick the last time I was there, so he was sleeping the entire time. Hey, it's better to have people remember you are saying something than thinking, "Oh, she had a funny name." Hey, Tisha. On this day in 1906, boxing Canadian pugilist Tommy Burns fought to a grueling 20-round draw against Philadelphia Jack O'Brien in a world heavyweight boxing title bout in LA. Interesting. Hey, Special K. Thank you so much. You're going to bake a fried turkey? No, I won't be making turkey because, again, yeah, I can see that. I don't, Marissa. Thank you. It says it should be 5 minutes, but I'll just. It does say it's active, so I don't know. Maybe it'll happen later. Oh, it's because I said the wrong word. I'm just gonna try something because I got a new thingy thing. No, why doesn't it hear it now? Well, don't worry about it. I'll figure it out some point later. I'm a bot master. Hmm. Why doesn't it do that? Well, I'll figure it out for the next stream. Stupid. Well, don't worry about it. It's just me behind the scenes. What I meant to say was happy day or night or whatever it is over there. Just happy, happy. Try to be happy. It's going to be a good day at back. It will be a good day. And hey, whiskey. No, it wouldn't. I have to figure it out. I have to talk. Maybe I'll reach out to. I'm trying to set up a bot like a recovery addict has, but we'll figure it out. No, welcome one and all to the Thanksgiving. Sounds like a great Thanksgiving, Farrell. Enjoy the frozen pizza. Do you know? And I know most Americans ain't the greatest colonist, but you can heat up a frozen pizza. It wins a lot in taste, and it's easier to eat. Just a friendly advice from your friendly baker. But today is our Thanksgiving Hangout Do Nothing stream, because some people is not having Halloween. They are in bed with a frozen pizza and just need someone to yada yada in the background. Some people have too many people around them and need a break and go sit on the toilet and watch something on their phone. And some people are living in Denmark and doesn't really care that much about the old Thanksgiving, because we know how to hunt our food. We didn't need to be shown how to find our own food. So we did it last year, and it's just a stream that goes for however long it'll go. I don't have much planned. I have, as you can see, the good old baking studio set up, and I'll be going in there and preparing some Danish Christmas cookies. They will have to rest for a couple of hours. So I'm going to do the dough now. It's one basic dough that we use for 3 different cookies. So we're going to make one that's plain, just rolled in. We call it pearl sugar. I think you call it sugar crystal or something. I don't know. It's the big sugar crystals. We'll do one where we'll add some chocolate. I know the recipe says dark chocolate. I like a little bit of orange flavor, so I'm putting some dark chocolate with a little bit of orange flavor in it, in that part. And then we'll make one that's kind of like it's a two-tone. So we're gonna put some cocoa in that, so it looks nice, and it's ebony and ivory goes together in perfect harmony, side by side on my keyboard. Blah, 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 blah. And sanding sugar, maybe, I don't know. Sanding sugar, yeah. I don't. These are just some basic cookies. Everyone can do them. If you don't have a machine, it's easy to make in hand. So I thought, let's do those. Someone was saying, hey, make gingerbread. I don't really. It'll take, and you need a lot of spices and stuff like this. This is entry level. Everyone can join in on this. When I put the dough together and put it in the fridge so it can rest for a couple of hours, we have a lovely, lovely woman. She was the owner of Toddlers and Tiaras or something, and then she found a new boyfriend who was a former felon. And let's just say it might not have gone as well for her as she thought it would go. So we're going to watch that. That's roughly 2.5 hours. Jamie will be by, and so it'll probably be taking us till around my dinner time. I'll take a break for dinner. You can all go out and yell at your family, discuss politics over the kitchen table. I know that's a big winner at every celebration. Then I'll be back. I don't know how long it'll take me to eat, half an hour, 45 minutes, and we'll chop the cookies. If we don't do it before I take them, I'll have to see how long we go. And then there's a second part at the same video where she's back in court. This time she will be pro se, and it's going to work out great for her, because let's just say she has a great taste in men. Hello, Zachariah. But William Shakespeare isn't real. Hey, before I go, tatas and tiaras. Yeah, I don't know. It's a child hair salon, so no toplessness. Giggles and glam. Toddlers and tiaras, giggles and glam, same thing. No, it's nothing to do with John Benet Ramsey. If you want to hear about John Benet Ramsey, Mo is covering the new documentary, and you can get content on this channel, but you can get great content on Mo's channel. So you should all go check that one out when she is doing that one. But I will be going to El Estudios del Becos, and we'll chop all of the stuff together. And as a exclusive, while I move studios, so you don't just have to sit here and think, what? I have my December intro video ready. So this will be my first time playing it live on air, so you better be ready. It's very, very Christmassy, and I'll be back when I am in the kitchen. Lucky I have a small house, so it'll go fast. That's what she said.
In the land of pixels and streams, there's a jolly figure, or so it seems, with a belly round and a heart so grand. He's the YouTube grifter, the joy of the land. Oh, he's as fast as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got a knack for stories, both wild and true. With a twinkle in his eye, he'll entertain you. From baking fails to epic wins, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Let the fun begin. Oh, he's as fat as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got around your screens, and don't be shy. He's got a tale to tell and a pie in the sky. With every click and every view, he's spreading holiday spirit just for you. Oh, he's as fat as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. So here's to the grifter, our digital friend. May his joy and laughter never end. With a ho, 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 and a hearty cheer. Merry Christmas to all, and a Happy New Year.
So that's the first exclusive Christmas intro. Can you hear me now? I'm going to move this one closer. That's not the real Santa. Of course it's the real Santa. But let's get to doing what we are supposed to do. I've measured out all the ingredients for our cookies. 400 grams of butter, 200 grams of powdered sugar, 400 grams of all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons of vanilla sugar. It doesn't matter if you put tablespoons in, just make it sweeter. And we'll use as much of an egg as we need to. It's not sure that we need to use all of it. Let's just whisk this up so we get all of the eggy goodness. I think it's a catchy little tune. And as fat as Santa, but comes all year round. Well, one of those are true. The reason why I measured all of this up is I have had this in the fridge, so all of the ingredients has the same temperature. It's not that it means that much, but I just like it when I work with stuff like this. And now to the machine. And oh, I should say this. For stuff like that you just need to combine, not stuff that you need to whisk. Use the case. We call them a case spade. I don't know what you call them. I actually use margarine. I find that's better to combine it, but we don't use unsalted butter. We use Lurpak. But I use margarine for this one because I find it easier to combine and stretch when you roll it out. And yes, it's a Kenwood gifted to me by my wonderful followers for my last birthday. My birthday is in January. I love Kenwood's. I think that's the best machine. I love it. Well, I know a lot of people are going with the. I have the fancy KitchenAid. KitchenAid sucks. yeah, KitchenAid is very pricey, but it's also a very, very good product. I think my mom had hers for at least 40 years. And yeah, it was getting a bit old and smelled a little bit like hot oil when you use it. But I think it's a better product than most machines out there. So nice and easy, lemon squeezy. A bit of flour on the table. And to those of you who only knows grams from your dispensary, get into the modern world where we use real numbers, not a banana pie and a shaved links and whatever else Americans use to say, oh, this is this distance. But no, I really like KitchenAid. It's quiet, it's stable, it's strong. All of the things you need in a machine to make sure that it'll work. I feel that most of, not KitchenAid, Kenwood. I feel most KitchenAids are, I don't know, it's just, it's not my cup of tea. Let's just say that. And did I make 3 equal sizes? Why am I wearing this? Your dad always have to live the KitchenAid that I bought my mom. KitchenAid is just heavy, and the only good thing with a KitchenAid is here you have the motor down here. That means that to make the attachment go around, it has to go through a coupling here and here. Where a KitchenAid have the engine on top, so it only has to couple once here. So you have more direct power. But this has a 1200 watt motor, and KitchenAid I believe is like 500. So I'll live with that. Well, we now have our 3 pieces of dough. One of them we just set aside. That's the bland, boring one. Nothing happens to that. The other one we put in 2 kind of equal sizes. My mom gave me her old KitchenAid when she got a new one. She hated the new one and took her old one back and gave me the new one. Yeah, it's if your machine works the way you like it, a lot of people will just say, I'll stick with that. Oh, my night guard is working now. I'm such a genius. But this one we're gonna add some chocolate to. And like I said, I like a bit of orange taste to mine. So 70% chocolate with a little bit of orange to it. It's good. And you can get some ASMR when you check it out. And we're going to add 50 grams, so that's half a packet. I'm just going to use the good old... I should have done this before we started. Hey, Gerda. No, I haven't said it. It says "I'm here" is, I think, is the one you have to say. Oh, chili chocolate. Yeah, I'd like that too. This makes more noise than making the dough. This takes too long. I'm gonna get a knife and do it the good old-fashioned way. Hey, Spinster. Arizona. What are we making? We are making some Christmas cookies. Yes, I'm not sure. Try exclamation point commands. Yeah, we have co-op in Denmark. It's almost bankrupt. So what did they do? They hired a former leader of our Communist Party to run it, because if someone knows how to run a business, it's communist. Hey, Onbronst. Oh, I didn't know it was like that. Sorry. Well, at least we know it's working now. Yeah, and I like the concept of baking too. I should bake more, but I do too many cases. Get it done. Yes, I put in some chocolate. I don't know why it doesn't do the here now thing. I have to do the Nightbot thing when I have more time. But chocolate cookies. I don't think it works yet, so. And then the last one was the one we had to part in two. And I'm gonna drop some cocoa in that one. And this is just, we call this Dutch cocoa because it's just real cocoa, like you use for hot chocolate or something like that. I don't know why we call it Dutch. It's not mixing that well. It should be darker. Give it some more chocolate or cocoa. That never harmed anyone. Boom, 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 boom. And while we mix that, I took the one with chocolate and kind of rolled it into roughly the size you want your cookies. Remember, they're gonna wash out a little bit because it's with a lot of butter in it. But you take that. And roll it in a piece of paper so it's ready to go in the fridge. Then we take this one, the other half of that one, and we're going to use that for a little roly-poly. Come on now. You're too soft. Let's give it some more flour. And you roll it out so it's roughly in a square. Then you take your chocolate or your cocoa, mix and then you take the other half and a little flippity flour. Is it zebra cookies? Well, yeah, well, I'm going to roll them up. I'm not going to do the part it in four and then make them into, but it should make a nice design. Get some of all the flour off. Take a little egg, just so it'll combine easily. If you were a professional, you would cut it so it was the same size, but here we're just among friends, so let's just do it to it. It's not that important. It's the same dough, just one of them is a little darker. And a good way to keep things tight is to, when you roll it up, kind of roll back with your thumb underneath, and it'll make a tight spiral. It's the same when you make what's it called, cinnamon rolls. And then it looks something like that in the middle. I'm just gonna give this a little bit of egg to keep it together, because there's a little bit too much flour here. And then into the paper like the other one. So it's ready to go in the fridge. And the last one, last but not least, this one is going to be a little messy, but that's the good thing about baking at home. No one can see how much you mess up. So again, roll it. Hey, Libby. I need my table higher. It hurts my back standing here. Roughly the size you want it. And then we take what we call pearl sugar, what you call grating sugar. It's probably the same thing. Something like this. And again, don't care about cleaning. Marissa will be here to clean tomorrow. More egg all over your log. Pedorowski knows what I'm talking about. Egging up your log. And then put a little pressure on it so the sugar really stays inside of the dough when it's set to rest. And voila, now you have 3 different Christmas cookies resting in, yeah, it's granulated sugar. I don't know. It's like big salt. If you get those fancy Mediterranean salts, it's the same, just in sugar. So we call it pearl sugar. I don't know why, but that's the name we have for it. But I don't know how much time did it take us. 25 minutes, and now we have 3 different Christmas cookies resting. They need like 2-3 hours to settle in the freezer. And while they do that, we're gonna watch bad decisions being talked about in court. So I'll just do a quick cleanup of the good old pause, and I'll be back in the other room. 2 seconds. What can I play for you that takes more than 2 seconds? Because of course I won't only be 2 seconds. We can do the Christmas play, but I won't be back fast enough. Do you have anything that's longer? That's what she said. Do you have anything that's longer? Is that my longest? Yeah, I think it is. Go.
In the land of pixels and streams, there's a jolly figure, or so it seems, with a belly round and a heart so grand. He's the YouTube grifter, the joy of the land. Oh, he's as fast as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got a knack for stories, both wild and true. With a twinkle in his eye, he'll entertain you. From baking fails to epic wins, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Let the fun begin. Oh, he's as fast as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got around your screens, and don't be shy. He's got a tale to tell and a pie in the sky. With every click and every view, he's spreading holiday spirit just for you. Oh, he's as fast as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. So here's to the grifter, our digital friend. May his joy and laughter never end. With a ho, ho, ho and a hearty cheer. Merry Christmas to all and a Happy New Year.
Almost made it in time. But that was the easy part of it. Now, let's go and see someone who made some bad decisions. Hey, Jamie. Oh, I should do. Angels, if you wanna, the link is on the Discord. If anyone wanna jump by and say something. We should say what we're thankful for. I'm thankful for all of you, for supporting and showing up, doing all of this stuff when I'm streaming. When do we get the hard part, Farrell? You have 45 kids. You have had the hard part enough times. Exactly. Hey, Hill Racing. And I'm thankful that that I met so many wonderful people, both in the Matrix and in 3D World. I'm thankful for my trip to the US this year. It was fun coming back to the US, and well, Valhalla made it less fun, but I don't know why he is like he is, but that's the way he is. Mello's arrest warrant. Hey. And yeah, I'm thankful that we have a nice community. Even when we did that really bad case and we kind of got a little bit into each other's, we remembered that we are grown-ups, and it doesn't mean anything, that we can go on again. And just, if you need a timeout, you can take a timeout and come back to the channel a week later. It's a-okay. So that's what I'm thankful of. I'm thankful for all the dead people because at least they tried. Isabella was a smart kid. And I'm thankful for all the wonderful people I have got to stream with this year. Some really big names who I can't thank enough for helping me with the channel. And I met a lot of smaller creators as well. And I was happy that I could be their big guy. I was really happy when we got Peter A and his wonderful art channel to over 100 subscribers. It's wonderful. I still wish each and every one of you would go subscribe to Fedorowski as well, because that's a wonderful nature, culture. Yeah. I don't know how to describe it, but it's criminally undersubbed. Hey, Rebe. Marissa is hanging out with her family today and is very pleased about it, as you can tell. You should read our next president's tweet. Perfect unifying message. I don't do politics, you know that. A person's a person, no matter how small. Yeah, and no matter color, creed, or whatever politics, you're all welcome. Yeah, it's like me whenever everyone is asking, "Hey, did you see that girl that Jamie got in a fight with?" I said, "Who?" The one who ran Brandy's channel the other day said, "Why did Jamie get in a fight with her?" Because she's Jamie. Another fire I have to put out with creators that Jamie has yelled at. Hey, Matilda. Thank you so much. And welcome. Yeah, and I'm thankful for Holland. I don't know why Holland is my second largest country. Oh, little B. Then you had a bad year if I was the best part of it. But thank you so much. It was so nice meeting people in real life and hanging out and do all the stupid stuff that we don't need to talk about on the internets. It was a fun time. Oh, stay up there. I don't know if we're gonna have a second round, but it could be fun. Exactly. We get to chat to everyone. Yeah, we had a good time. Thankful I don't have to pay 25% tax when I go to the dispensary. Well, we don't even have dispensaries in Denmark, so I can't buy it with tax. I have to buy it from some guy in a back alley. Thankful for the upcoming Beauty on a Budget. Jamie will be doing that tomorrow at noon. Is the latest update I've had on Beauty on a Budget that Jamie will be doing it tomorrow at noon. But she's also going to her mom's house today, and because her mom never gives her a Tupperware home with food, there might be a fight and Jamie might blow us off again. No, Farrell. I made a video about it yesterday. So if you didn't see that, he took a plea deal and he pled guilty to aggravated assault with deadly and got time served, which was 931 days in prison. Hey, Jamie, how are you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm thankful for you, Jamie. Without you, I would have no drama on my channel. No one to yell at. What's her name that you yelled at yesterday?
I don't even know this person. I didn't yell at anyone. You started unnecessary drama.
Yeah, I'm also thankful for my new little grandbaby. Good you reminded me, Karina. We're not thankful for anything really in Denmark, but yeah. It's not a biker gang, it's a baker gang. It is. Jamie, is your favorite side dish? Oh my. Little Irish. Hey, Lynn.
Hi, guys.
Oh, yeah, that's not... I'm sorry to hear that, but we're going to laugh about a woman who's getting a divorce. It's the best I can offer today.
A divorce. It's best you can offer.
Yeah. You know who she is. We watched it before. Leah
I
Valdez.
don't know who she is.
We watched it before, Jamie.
Oh, this one? I
No,
thought
ma'am,
you
we
were
do
talking
not.
about the drama.
And
the
during your parenting time, have your minor children ever been harmed? No, ma'am.
Why did it start?
And what does that, where does,
Sorry, I have to. This isn't the first one. This is.
Mm.
Why the hell is this the wrong? Jamie. I had everything ready, and then you came on and started your gossip rumor and innuendo hate.
Well, if you would have started at 10 like you originally planned, maybe you
Yep.
would have been ready to go.
But I was ready, and then I set everything up, and then everything went to shizzle.
Iris, that's right. I barely watch Baker Show.
So acquiring.
We're going to use Meg's Crime Watch again. She has the.
You know, if YouTube keeps flagging a divorce, take it down. You know, still get all the codes. It's obvious she's losing.
your full name for the court
Leah Marie Valdez.
and your husband's full name for the court?
Vincent Russell Valdez.
Ms. Valdez, how many
So thankful for my Jamie. I love her. Oh my little D.
Aw.
I thought I was
She's-
special, but
Yeah.
but
She's a
apparently,
sweetheart.
did she get you your stuff?
Yeah, she found the stuff I've been looking for at the dollar store, at her dollar store, and sent it to me in the mail. And then she wrote a nice little card. She has really nice handwriting. You have really nice handwriting, Danielle.
She does.
I kept
But
everything because I liked it so much and I couldn't bear to throw it away. So it's sitting on my counter, the package and stuff. Because you put little stickers on it too. Ugh. Don't do that to me, people, because then I'm going to have a box full of all your packages with fancy stuff on it.
Peter, I told you to be ready. I'm not. I'm running around 5 minutes before I hit start.
Yeah.
I can't tell if there's actual tension or if this is sarcasm. Jamie is known to start trouble with other creators.
Okay, don't listen to him. Nobody ever listened to this man talking about my drama. I'm the least dramatic person in the world.
Least. Thank you, Marissa. I hope you put all the F words just so dinner will be great. We're going to cause some divorces, not just watch it.
Yeah.
But let's get to it, do it.
minor children do you have together?
We have 3.
And when did you leave the marital residence?
I left the marital residence, I want to say it was August 5th. I know it's in writing. I'm just cloudy on when that exact date is.
Thank you. Can you tell the court why you left the marital
What's the
residence?
I left the marital residence for my own safety. I was having a discussion with Vincent about how unhappy in the marriage I was. I did not use the word separation or divorce, but I was letting him know just how unhappy I was. And he told me that if I was not going to fight for our marriage, that I had 1 hour to pack and leave. At that point, he left the residence to go pick up pizza for the kids. And he said, and I quote, "You better be gone by the time I get back." I was fearful in my own home. And so for the safety of myself, I packed a bag and I left. I was not too sure when I was going to come back. And so I left that night and came back Sunday and served him with divorce papers.
And where are you residing currently?
I rented a home in Kingston Springs at 318 Maple Street.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what the parenting arrangement has looked like since you left the marital residence?
There have been no hard set days. We planned on that, but because of both of our schedules, it fluctuates and varies based off appointments, work, personal activities. So roughly right now, the kids are spending 3 days with me, 4 days with him, or 4 days with me, 3 days with him, depending on how the week varies.
Do you have the capability to do a shared parenting schedule as to 50-50?
Yes, we do. Subject to his work.
Jamie's drama is attempted red rum. Don't mess with her.
I did nothing of the sort.
I trust Irish. If someone knows what red rub is, it's Iris. I'm just saying.
I said, hey, hustle your buns because the garage door is not going to go. It's not going to stop. She did, though. I was proud of her.
Jamie, it's Thanksgiving. I'm so thankful for you and your racist dog. And without your cricket, how would I know my dad jokes are awful?
Well, now it's cold out. The crickets are silent.
Yeah, I got a butt here.
Schedule when he travels because he's a sales rep, and subject to my work schedule if a special event pops up with the businesses that I own.
Yes, ma'am. And since this arrangement, have you had any major issues between both of you regarding the children?
Not that I know of, no.
And Ms. Valdez, do you have any history of drug abuse whatsoever?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And do you currently associate with anybody who is currently using drugs?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And during your parenting time, have your minor children ever been harmed?
No, ma'am.
Bear with me 1 second, Your Honor. And Ms. Valdez, can you tell the court what your gross monthly income looks like?
It varies, but on average, I would say modestly, we're looking at $5,000 to $5,500.
And where does that income come from?
My first business I own is DeValley Commercial Cleaning Service, and that gross is about $2,000 a month. And then the second business that I co-own with my husband is Giggles and Glam Kids Salon. And the profits on that fluctuate month to month, but on average, about $3,500 a month.
Thank you. And what can you tell me about your husband's income?
He is on salary, and so he has a fixed monthly income. And up until 3 to 6 months ago, he was also acquiring bi-yearly, so twice a year bonuses. But I believe that his employer has removed those.
Thank you. And Ms. Valdez, do you think that it is in the best interest of your minor children to maximize their time with both parents?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And so are you asking the court to adopt the temporary parenting plan we have submitted that shows 50-50?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
All right, Your Honor, I have nothing further as far as the temporary parenting plan goes.
You wish to, are there any other issues that you want to address, or do you want to wait and address any of those issues that Mr. Holly is raising? You also had, I believe, a motion for the extension of the injunction. You want to address that with her now?
Yes, Your Honor, that'd be great. Ms. Valdez, we filed a motion for a ex parte restraining order. To your knowledge, has that restraining order been served on your husband?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
And what did that restraining order tell him to do?
It told him to return the $10,000 that he, to me, unknowingly withdrew from our business account. And I believe that was it, correct?
Has he put the full amount of the funds as ordered by the court back into that account?
No, ma'am. He has returned half, $5,000, but he has yet to return the other $5,000.
And have there been any consequences of him not returning the other $5,000?
Yes, I was not able to pay my employees or my payroll taxes until I was able to secure a $5,000 loan from a family member.
Thank you. And has your husband, you stated earlier your husband was a co-owner of Giggles and Glams with you. What has his extent been in business involvement?
He has come 3 times to the store to bring me iced coffee. He is not involved. He does not know how to run payroll.
That is very important.
Isn't that what all you do, ladies do all day? Just sit around and wiggle your iced coffee glass?
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Schedule, order product. He doesn't even know the code to the back door to get into the store. I run that business solely.
So when is it status quo for him to make a $10,000 withdrawal from that business account?
Absolutely not. He makes one withdrawal a month prior to our separation, and that was at my discretion after I run our profit and loss statement by the 5th of every month for the prior month. And I would tell him via text, this is the amount of money you are approved to withdraw from this business account. This is our profit from the prior month.
And do you have any history of not paying your employees?
No, ma'am, and every single one of my employees can attest to that.
Do you have any history of misappropriating any business funds?
No, ma'am. I will say last month, which we've discussed, there was a hotel room that I used my business credit card for because I did not have my personal credit card at the time. But my associate, Chris Draper, has paid $50 back into the business account for that, splitting the hotel room costs. And I'm more than willing to pay the other $50 in restitution.
Can you tell the court what approximately that amount was?
It was $105 to La Quinta Inn, I believe.
And are you capable of putting that money back?
Yes, ma'am. I can do it today.
Are you willing to provide your husband with an accounting of business expenditures going forward?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. And are you asking the court that this mandatory injunction and restraining order stay in effect so that you can properly operate your business?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Holly?
Ms. Valdez.
Yes, hotel room with her associate Chris Draper. Right now, she's having a divorce because she didn't love her husband anymore. She's having a divorce for a totally different reason in a roughly 5 minutes.
Well, she found her new beau on Facebook Marketplace, remember?
Yeah, he's on Marketplace.
On the market.
You're talking about you left for your own safety from the marital residence.
Mm-hmm.
You're having an affair, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you admitted to having the affair to Mr. Valdez after it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to say yes or
Yes,
no
sir.
to the court reporter, okay? And, before that, this summer, you guys were husband and wife. You took a trip or two, day trip with the kids, did the husband and wife thing. Is that accurate?
Regular family things. Yes, sir.
Yeah. When you left the house, you said that, he gave you an hour to get out and then you left for your own safety.
Yes, sir.
And you returned
Sunday.
the next day, right?
2 days later.
2 days later, and you stayed at the house for a week.
After I served him those divorce papers, I said, I'm willing to cohabitate with you while we function through the separation and divorce.
And it wasn't an issue of your safety at that point then, was it?
I left a week later because I did not feel safe anymore because of his volatile emotional state.
When you left that night, you said you left for your,
We watched it together before, at least hearing one. There's 3 hearings in total. So,
Yeah.
and we're going to take a break roughly around here because I have to go put some cookies in the oven, and I don't know when Jamie has to go yell at her dad.
Yeah, I'll have to leave around like 12:45.
Yeah.
own safety, when you initially left, said you had an hour, to get out and all that. Where'd you go that night?
I got a hotel room in Gallatin, Tennessee.
In Gallatin, and you stayed there with your boyfriend?
Yes, he met me there.
Yeah.
And that's when we consummated our relationship, was that night.
I'm sorry?
That's when we consummated our relationship, was that night.
Okay, so you
Why
had
did you
sexual
have to
relations
say
with
it
him
like
that
that?
night?
Yes, sir.
Because she is a,
Consummated our relationship.
yeah,
Oof.
it's I like that she's using the proper words, Jamie. She's not just
Okay.
you and me, Jamie, ain't nothing like mammals. What would do it like that? Discovery Channel.
And that weekend, he came back to Mr.
So
Valdez on
romantic
Sunday,
term,
correct?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Very romantic.
So the name of the person you're having an affair with is whom?
Christopher Draper.
Christopher Draper. And how did you meet Mr. Draper?
I met him through Facebook Marketplace when I was selling a salon chair from Gig.
Hey, Jemima. How are we doing?
Hi, Jess.
Good, you?
Well, I'm learning how to find a girlfriend.
Apparently you need to ride a motorcycle.
Sell something on Facebook Marketplace and lure them in,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and then, consummate the relationship
Yeah.
I heard that. I was
as
like,
quickly as
consummate?
possible. As quickly as possible. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I'm just saying that Tinder didn't work, Grindr didn't work, Due Date didn't work, not Due
Due
Date didn't
Date?
work.
But is there a site called Judate?
I mean,
Yeah,
it's Christian Mingle too, so
It's
I wouldn't be
J-Date.
surprised.
J-Date.
Oh,
J
why do you
is
have to
June.
call it? Oh, there's so many.
Yeah, little D. You can find a husband on Facebook Marketplace. Well, maybe not, but J-Date. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was called Due Date, but it's the same as Christian Mingle or whatever.
I mean, close enough.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but I believe there's one for Muslims as well, but I can't remember what that's called.
There's farmers. I know there's a farmers one.
Yeah,
Right.
there's an LDS singles as well.
LDS. Okay. I mean, there's probably one for everything, I'm sure.
It
I
probably
just haven't
is.
seen them all.
No, a salon chair, it actually isn't code. It's not
Not in this
like
case.
it's 40 grams of weed or anything. It's just
She's literally selling the salon chair. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And she got the money and some meat.
And Glam.
Okay. And
That was July 17th.
you talked about, going to the motel room with Mr. Draper. How did you pay for that?
I paid for that with my own personal Kroger credit card.
Okay. And you didn't put that on the business card?
No, sir, I did not.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he actually paid you back for half of it, correct?
The hotel that you're referring to, you're mistaken. It was for a later date for La Quinta Inn, not the hotel that was from that Friday night.
I'm sorry, I got confused. So La Quinta Inn, then you stayed there with your boyfriend and you put that on the business credit card, correct?
Yes, because I left my personal credit card at home mistakenly.
Mm. And then your boyfriend paid you back for half of it, correct?
Sure.
Half of it, yes.
But in your half of it, well, let me back up a minute. Giggles and Glam is a jointly owned business.
Can you, Jess, you are my trust lawyer. Can I expense hooking up with someone at a La Quinta Inn? Let's say I'm going back
Like
to
as
the
a
US.
business expense?
Yeah, I'm going back to the US with my YouTube channel. So I'm meeting up with members of chat. So it's a business. I'm investing in my business.
I mean, yeah, if you're investing in your business, you could make it work and write it off.
Well, I'm making some deposits for my businesses. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Oh my gosh. Stop.
it could be worse. You could be that article Marissa sent us.
Oh, I read that yesterday. I was like, the things people will do. That's
Right.
right.
Hey, Standing. When she says consummate, does she mean?
She means it in the biblical sense.
Yeah. I don't.
Bang. They banged.
It was the business expense because of the salon. Yeah, it was a sell on to. I buy the chair if you give me a mouth hug at La Quinta.
Mm-hmm.
It was. So you should be able to write it off.
Yeah, why not? You could make that work. I'm sure an IRS agent will be like, totally.
Yeah, he'll buy that one. Oh, yeah, I could put it on entertainment and travel. But then the next problem, what if prostitution isn't illegal in that state?
Oh,
Because
that's
I
a
would
good
be
question.
selling myself for a membership, my $2 member. Is there a minimum where they say, you got $2? Yeah, that's
Well, but is it prostitution because you're offering future services in the form of entertainment and streaming, but not
well, she
sexual
also
acts?
offers me future services of entertainment. It's 30 seconds, but it's still $50.
Give yourself some credit.
Well,
Sure,
32 seconds.
sure it's 35. I don't know.
Can you deduct as a tax exempt SMEX cult?
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
You
because
get
yeah,
yourself done as a religion, sure.
yeah. I can't wait to move to the US and talk to the IRS about all my plans. Oh yeah, I can. No, I'll have to again. The people who do those home videos is never the people you want to have do those home videos.
No,
Yeah.
you want to run in the other direction.
Yeah, everything can be put in office supplies.
Yeah.
This is between you and Mr. Valdez, correct?
Yes, it is on paper.
Yeah, well, it is, correct?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
All right.
Exactly.
And he helped start the business. Y'all use some of the funds of
What's opening bids on Baker? Here's his for sale. No, I'm not. Again, why be cheap when you can be free?
Be cheap when you
Oh.
can be free. Oh, Jesus.
the marriage to help
Give
get
it
the
away
business
for free.
started, like most folks just start a business.
You are mistaken when it comes to he helped start the business. I vetted this business. They were a personal client of mine. I did all the legwork, paperwork, legal work, and red tape work to acquire this business. And he can attest to that through various Facebook posts that he's made about me a year ago.
Is there any marital funds that went into the business initially?
There was a small amount of savings that went into a down payment.
Right. So it's fair to say then, at least your half of the motel room that night was part of Mr. Valdez's, part of the business when you used that card, correct?
Yes,
And he paid for you to go have sex with your boyfriend and your affair.
amounting to around $52. Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
If anyone is interested in some consummationing this weekend, hit me up on Facebook. Barely used, not the biggest couch you'll ever seen, but not a love seat.
Oh my
Zach.
Lord.
So how long have you been seeing Mr. Draper?
I have been in communication with him since July 17th, and we consummated our relationship and made it official the night that I left my residence. And I believe that was August 5th, but I would have to clarify that.
Yeah. And Mr. Valdez is going to.
Is it only cheating if you're consummating? If,
I don't know why she thinks saying that is, it sounds good. I don't know.
I don't. It's because they were clearly part of some religious cult at some point, and that was important. And said religious cult.
$52 consommé. It's but again, it's still cheating if you're unfaithful, even if it's emotion. Well, it depends on. I know different folks have different strokes, but if you're fooling around with someone, ready to let them shake your tuna can, it's probably more than just we are associates.
testify that out of
Probably.
33 days, I believe it was when I added it up, I didn't add in this last week.
Yeah, she withdrew it on her business cards. That's why he has to pay 50% back. It's a hassle with tax saying you have a business expense of $105. Yeah, I was getting pipe laid at La Quinta by my fellow boyfriend.
And we'll get to it. But from like August the 12th, I believe is about when you left. Is that pretty close?
He did.
Left to go get a rental home, you're saying?
No,
Or
left
the
for
night he
marriage.
kicked me out?
Yeah, that night that you left. When was that?
I would have to check back through my text messages because I was texting some personal friends about what was going on and how unsafe I felt to confirm that date.
Okay, well, from August 12th to basically this September 18th
Mhm.
date that we've got here, he's going to testify that 26 of those 33 days, the kids were with him. Is that accurate?
The kids were with him for a substantial amount of time in the beginning because I was setting up the home. I had to buy furniture. I did not want to traumatize the children by bringing them into a new home separated from their father prematurely. But since I have set up a safe, clean, and capable home, the kids have been with me on a regular basis.
How is a home capable? A home is a
Capable,
home.
yeah.
It's not capable
I
of
imagine
anything.
she means having like beds and stuff like that. Because a lot of times you can actually trigger a DCYF investigation if you don't have separate rooms for children of different genders, beds, the like bare basic like necessities, food.
She's just trying to use the big words though to
Yeah.
sound.
So you say it's just bare necessities.
Yeah.
How long has that been? Sorry, I'm trying to connect something.
How long has it been since I moved in?
How long has it been since you've been in a safe and stable home?
Since I moved in, I believe August 18th is when I signed the lease and moved in.
Well, that doesn't track with what Mr. Valdez is going to say, and I'm asking you if this is accurate. He's going to testify from this August 12th to around the September 18th date, which is about 33 days,
Mhm.
that the kids were with him 26 of those 33 days.
I believe that is grossly inaccurate. The kids were not with me initially after I moved out to go get my rental property at 318 Maple Street for probably the first 10 to 14 days because I needed to furnish it. I needed to get everything prepared so it was a comfortable environment for them. What he's also failing to disclose is that I came over to the residence every day to cook, clean, and prepare a home for him and the children to provide the children a sense of normalcy. That is what he's failing to disclose. And I would leave in the evening time to go back to my home.
Okay. How did the kids take the separation and you taking them off to your place?
The kids personally, once they arrived at my residence, were elated. We had toys that my mother had purchased for them there. There were new beds, new furniture, new clothes, food that
No, he's just annoying.
they normally were not allowed to eat at my ex-husband's house. They were elated to be there. In fact, that night I have it on video, them dancing around to music about how excited they were.
Oh,
I'll show you a video.
Did you just say that they weren't allowed to have food?
Graywich, yeah, you're right. Single moms move all the time. Single dads move all the time. This lady, the problem was she used to be in a strict religious upbringing, and then she found the bad boy, and then she really wanted the bad boy, not the kids.
Bingo.
You too, Christine. Happy Thanksgiving.
happy Thanksgiving.
Ask you if you
Christine.
recognize this video coming from your doorbell.
I want to be like this.
It's
No, Daddy, I don't want to be like this.
It's gonna be okay.
No,
This is bullshit because this happens every weekend when people are.
Yeah.
This it happened.
Happens anytime when parents are split.
It happened for years when because my ex-wife would go out to my youngest daughter and say, "Don't cry. I know you're gonna miss mom, but don't cry." And she was sitting there thinking, "I better cry because then mom will be happy." And she cried till we turned two corners, and then she stopped crying.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Well, yeah.
This
You're
is
kind of
BS.
manipulating each side because she could have them do something and video it and be like, "Oh, look, they're the happiest they've ever been in their lives."
Oh,
And then
that's
say
exactly
nothing,
it.
You know?
Yeah, it's all about when you take the picture.
Yeah.
Because she can put up a video of them jumping on the bed saying, "Yay, Dad's too mad for us to jump on the bed over there." So yeah,
Yep.
I'm just gonna post through this because
I don't want to be like this. No, I don't want to be like this.
hey, Angie, thank you.
Daddy, this is exactly
So is it fair to say that your son was taking that kind of rough?
Yes, I need to provide some context to that video.
Well, that's a yes or no question. It's fair to
Yes,
say.
he
that-
was taking it very rough.
Your boyfriend, he works at your business now, correct? You've given him a job.
Yes, sir, he's a master barber at the salon.
He's a master barber at the salon. And has that caused any conflicts with your employees at all?
It had not my affair with him, but him being employed there has caused issues with two
We watched it before.
employees that are no longer employed there. They had personal grievances to his personality. But before we go into that, I would like to shed some
Well, you
context onto that
understand
video.
that, well, you have an opportunity to do that with your lawyer. Now, with your current employees, though, fair to say they quit, you fired?
One was
because of the
terminated,
problems
one
with
quit.
Christopher Draper, correct?
Because their one was terminated not because of Christopher Draper, one quit because of their personal grievances with personality with Christopher Draper.
Was it personality, or was it the fact that you guys are, basically fooling around in the office and they don't like seeing that?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever fooled around at the office, in this business, your joint business? Have you ever fooled around at the office with Mr. Draper?
No, sir, I have not.
I'll show you, there's two
It was
videos
on
here.
video.
I want to ask you if you recognize this. No sound.
I hope she shows it.
Now, is this your back storage room at the office?
They show it.
And that's Mr. Draper, I take it.
Yes, it is.
And he's here today, correct?
Yes, he is.
Is she shirtless?
I think it's a tank top.
Oh, okay. It's really hard to see on that video.
That's known as rattling lalalas de tuna. Nothing other than she used her business card to consummate her new relationship with her masturbator. Barber.
Stop it.
No, it's a tube top. Isn't that what they're called? And tube tops
Maybe.
turns into boob tops because you always have to go around and do this.
Yeah, you gotta keep pulling it up, especially if you're well endowed.
Yeah.
This says Sunday, but that's one of the days that y'all are open.
Someone put it in chat. That's why I had it in mind. I was actually, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. She
You
was
end up
wearing
saying it.
She was wearing a boob top.
Boob top.
Yeah, she wanted her bad boy, ruining her marriage, but it doesn't matter.
Open one of your busy days, is it not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I'm asking if you recognize this video as well. That's your back storage room and you and Mr. Draper.
Yes, that's correct.
But you're outside your employees, so they're not seeing any of this, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is it though?
Show the video.
This is how technically he should be out there cutting hair, correct?
He was in between appointments, Your Honor.
No.
So
Now, who is this coming here to say you got a phone call?
That is Marissa Wallace. She's one of my receptionists.
Okay. So, I mean, your people do see that.
see me giving a hug, I would hardly call that fooling around.
So what we've displayed here today, you would not technically call fooling around.
The hug that my employee witnessed, I would not call fooling around. The kissing from the prior video, yes, I guess you could technically label that as fooling around.
No, you can't technically label that as fooling.
It is.
It is fooling around. It's not technically and him trying to rattle the Lalas the tuna is also a little bit more than just when I said I would give you benefits if you worked here, I wasn't just talking about dental.
Well, it's fair to say you recognize two of your employees here today, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And if they testified they actually saw this and other things, would you deny that?
I know who was on shift that particular day, and Jessica was not on shift, and Kennedy was in the middle of an appointment. So I don't see how they could have witnessed anything in that video besides Marissa Wallace, who was the receptionist that came in.
Because you make noise, you schmuck.
Do you think your employees talk about everything that goes on there?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, they do.
Okay. So we've talked about you spending money for your boyfriend at the motel, the business funds for your boyfriend at the motel. Have you spent any other business funds with your boyfriend?
There was one purchase as a gag gift for our joint friend for his birthday, which Christopher Draper has paid back in full.
Why did she gotta say the full name?
I know.
Because this is a good gag gift for a friend. It's clearly for her friend.
To me, to the business account. I use the business account because it is tied to an Amazon account. And that was for a gag gift, which is called a pocket pussy. But it was a gag gift. It was not for our quote unquote illicit affair. And Christopher Draper has paid that back in full within 12 hours of the purchase.
Well, if I may ask, how many of these pocket peas have you given to your other employees as a gag gift?
Pocket.
It was, you misunderstand, you misheard. It was not to an employee. It was to a mutual friend for his birthday as a gag gift.
I love Meg's overlays.
What about, is there anything else? You see the back?
This is about a woman who thought, I have a man, I have a business, I have two businesses actually. I have two kids. I want a bad boy and buy him a pocket Uzi. And give it to a friend,
Allegedly.
allegedly. Hey, Pepley. Well, we'll try and entertain you while you work. Thank you, Holly. And you too. What's a pocket taco in Spanish, Irish?
What is a pocket taco in Spanish?
Yes, she's saying a gag gift for one of her friends because that's something you. When boys turn 18, you might get them a blow up, but a flashlight, that's kind of expensive.
Up there. Did you buy him a banner?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so now we've got this. What did you buy with him for your business funds here from Fast Signs?
It is.
No, it's the opposite. It's a flashlight. It's with something in it that makes it. You
Feel
actually
real?
in Tennessee, and the White Rabbit can back me up on that one because we drove past that sign multiple times. They have a sign says flashlights always 50% off. I even think it's with your favorite stars or something because they sell them as marked after certain corn actors' consummation port.
You can look it up. You'll find out very quickly.
Taco en el bolsillo. That's too hard to say. La Lalas de tuna is easier.
is for the barber shop he is starting called Drip Fades.
Okay, and this is a picture of the banner that you got, correct?
Yes, sir.
Drip Fades, Love is King. This is still a child barbershop type thing, or is it?
No, well, he does.
Jamie is an American, so don't say that about her. No, I did a ham turkey earlier. We're baking cookies. Well, we prepared it, and then in a couple of hours we're going to bake them.
Do they have to just sit out? Is that what you're doing?
No, they're in the fridge right now to settle,
Oh, they're in
so
the
they
fridge.
get a little harder.
Service children, but this is an adult salon, an adult barber shop.
All right, and you're helping him get started with that,
Yes, I am.
and you're using your business funds of Mr. Valdez apparently to do that?
No, I believe I purchased this with my personal credit card.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Valdez show that. Do you believe or are you certain?
I believe.
So you're not certain?
Well, quite frankly, you have me second guessing myself based off the amount of evidence that you're bringing up on the screen.
Well, I understand.
Metello en el taco. I probably butchered that, so now I'm also racist in Spanish. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, June.
Happy Thanksgiving, June.
I love that so many people who normally isn't in chat come in and say Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I hope everybody's having a great day.
Hey, Lorkong, Happy Thanksgiving to you and all of your mailboxes as well.
Hey, Lock On.
That's what I thought, especially because they were buying gag gifts. Maybe it's where you can go into the back room and
Special.
so you can get a nice fade and release the pressure. Hey, Medita.
Dan, that does have a tendency to make people second guess themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Why would that make you second guess yourself?
I think it's natural to be a little bit nervous when being attacked. And my personal information that I have no idea how Vince has come upon unless he's hacking my computer or my emails.
So,
of course, it makes me a little bit
because you're
nervous.
married.
it'll lie as long as you don't get caught. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying.
Have you referred business to Mr. Valdez? I mean, have you referred business to Mr. Draper? I'm sure.
If we could not take in clients, yes, I have referred them to what I call our associate barber, as he has referred business to me.
So as far as the making out and the business funds being spent on Mr. Draper, do you think that's good for the business that you and Mr. Valdez have?
I think as long as it does not damage the clients, the employees, or the revenue of the business, I think that it is irrelevant if I kiss my boyfriend in the back room.
Okay. Well, you understand you got two employees here that are no longer your employees, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're going to testify it was a problem. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I do. I also have double the amount of employees that will attest that it's not a problem for Christopher Draper to be there.
Did you go on a trip with your boyfriend this last week?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to Morgantown, North Carolina, as I was running a 18K.
How long did y'all stay there?
We were there about 48 hours.
Good. How did you pay for that?
With my personal credit card.
How are you going to pay that off?
From my own personal income.
From Giggles and Glam?
Giggles and Glam and Valley Cleaning Service, yes, sir.
All right. So in a roundabout way, Mr. Valdez is paying for your trip with your boyfriend.
In a roundabout way, I guess you could say that he is.
All right. So you've taken other trips with your boyfriend, quite a few, correct?
The only other trip I can think of was, no, we have not taken any long trips. We've driven within an hour of my residence to go hiking or to go camping. But I wouldn't call those trips necessarily.
You do that rather frequently. How many of those have you taken?
We went hiking for 3 hours. It was a day trip. We left at 10 a.m. We were back home by 3 or 4 p.m. That was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And then on a Thursday night, I believe, September 7th, we went on a 18-hour camping trip to a state park in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Okay. And all these times and others are going to be the times that,
I know.
The 18 hours is very specific.
Everything is very specific with this lady. She has everything down to, she knows her case. She's going to win this.
would you agree with me? Mr. Valdez is going to say that you asked him to keep the kids.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So you'd rather be with your boyfriend than be with your children.
This is a divorce case about the parenting schedule set up and how to split their toddlers and tiara business, or babies and glam, or whatever it is.
The hiking trip was when the kids were in school, and
But he kept them. He kept them at night and did that kind of thing, correct?
So the hiking trip that we took, that was 4 or 5 weeks ago, if I remember correctly, the residence that I had rented was not prepared yet for the kids. So the kids, yes, were in his care. And then the 18-hour camping trip we went on was September 7th. That was a Thursday. And that was technically one of the nights that the kids were scheduled to be with Vince.
Well, it is a divorce case, so he has to be very rude and very pushy. We saw that in the other divorce case we watched the other day. They will put everything out there in a divorce case. Anyone who ever gone through a divorce knows that everything you ever did that could be put in a bad light will be put in a bad light by the opposite lawyer.
You talked about, you're alleging it's been like a 4-3, 3-4 type relationship. Mr. Valdez is going to say differently. I told you that.
Can you explain what you mean, a 3-4? What was that?
Well, I thought you were talking about, it was your testimony. I thought if I missed it, you're talking about 4 days with one, 3 days with the other. The next week it's 4 days with the one that got 3 days, and then kind of rotate that. That's what you were testifying to, correct?
Yeah, that's what we have had planned, but it has fluctuated week to week. That's what I've said.
Fluctuated quite a bit, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Why not take these trips on the time that it's not your time with the children? I mean, why don't you arrange?
Because I work
boyfriend,
evenings
at
with
least
the
around
Valley
that?
Cleaning Service, and Vincent has expressed interest that he wants the kids with him as much as possible because he does not think they're safe in my care. And I work evening.
If you're leaving the kids with him like that, do you think they're safe in your care?
Of course, they're safe in my care. Of
Your
course they are.
boyfriend's a convicted felon, correct?
Yes, he is a felon.
And I've looked at his record. I mean, there's thefts and drug charges and things like that, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And quite a checkered past of felonies and rehabs, correct?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Can you understand why Mr. Valdez would have concerns about the kids being around your boyfriend?
Yeah, and all of a sudden it turned a little more interesting.
Naively, yes.
Naively.
Have you given Mr. Valdez any other significant have you given Mr. Draper any other significant monies?
Personal funds, yes.
And how much and what for?
So with the commute back and forth with our relationship, he failed to qualify for a personal loan for a motorcycle. And so out of a personal credit card, I funded him roughly $3,500, which he's making monthly payments to me personally for that motorcycle, just so he doesn't have to spend money on gas quite as much to come see me and to travel to and you know what I'm trying to say, to and from work.
Is he not living with you?
He does stay at my residence from time to time. Yes, sir.
I've got Facebook posts where he called it home.
Yes, he sees it as home, very much so.
He's living with you.
Yes, he is living with me.
All right. So what kind of motorcycle did he get with your funds?
I believe it was a Kawasaki.
So I want to show you a couple of PayPals and ask you if you recognize it.
Yeah, gobble gobble is probably what she did the night she consummated.
This, well, you said yourself, Christopher Wilden, at this point. That he goes by a couple of different.
Jess, legal question.
Yeah.
If I'm in a divorce and I bequeath a personal loan of my personal money
Don't say bequeath.
to my felon gobbler, isn't that hiding money from the estate in a divorce case?
It's going to be a problem because until the divorce is final, then all of the marital assets are split. Everything is still considered usually marital property.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So, yeah.
Stop it.
For names, correct?
His legal name is Wilden, yes, sir. But he
Wilden.
goes by Christopher Draper.
All right. So, Mr. Wilden, you sent him $1,250 here. Is that correct?
There were 3 or 4 different payments on PayPal for my own personal
I'm
money.
going to take them one by one.
Mhm.
So this was $1,250 you sent to Mr. Wilden, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on September 13th. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
That was after you left.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, can you read what your note was?
It says, "I love you so fucking much."
And your testimony is that was for a motorcycle.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, everything is closed until midnight. That's when you go out and kill elderly people to get a cheap television, right?
What?
Some stuff is open for till noon or 2.
Yeah.
But most places are closed, yes. And then apparently Black Friday starts. I don't really know if they really do all that anymore. Like everybody gets everything online now.
Yeah,
But
we've had Black Week all week, and which is stupid because we are not thankful for anything. Because again, we know how to hunt. We didn't need to make Indians hunt for us.
yeah.
Thank you, This Is Great, for being a member for 7 months, and happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds cool. Very difficult to find a good cobbler these days. Yeah, or a gobbler. Teeth
Oh
is
my
a thing.
gosh. Yeah, because I seen
Here's where you sent $1,000.
one
Sorry?
of the grocery store was. I just see we were talking about things being closed. I seen that Kroger was open till noon today or something. And I was like, that's weird. Just
That's
say no. Say no. Let them be.
yeah.
If you didn't get all of your stuff before Thanksgiving, then you're SOL. So
Yeah.
We started back. I was back in the early North. Christmas was off, but New Year's started going till 4 in the afternoon or something like that. And it was so stupid because we had to have one baker rotate and always be in. I worked in bakeries and supermarkets, and we had to have one to make sure if anyone needed anything. And
That's
then
stupid.
a couple of years later, we started having Christmas open till I can't remember if maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and one baker had to be there too. And that's we do Christmas to 24th, so and we eat early, so it was hell, and you can't go home and sleep. So I hated that.
To your boyfriend, Mr. Wilden, the same day. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And what's your message there for him?
Vroom, vroom.
And that's for the motorcycle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Vroom, vroom.
Oh, I should.
And here's another $1,000 for the same day.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you put in the notation for it?
Round 2
And again, this was money you sent to Christopher Wilden.
for the motorcycle. Mm-hmm.
And then here's a Venmo where you paid $500 the day before, September 12th. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That was the deposit. For the
deposit
motorcycle.
For the motorcycle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much was the motorcycle?
I believe it was $3,750.
Okay, you pretty well paid for the whole motorcycle, didn't you?
He's making monthly payments to me
Is
to
this why
pay
you
me
need-
back.
Is this why you need that $10,000 to make sure you got plenty of money for your boyfriend and all of that?
No, sir.
That $5,000 that you got back from the business initially, is your testimony that none of that money would be traced to this?
None of that will be traced to this.
Where'd you come up with the $3,750 then?
This was a PayPal credit card that I qualified for about 5 weeks back, totaling, I believe it was $6,700.
So you went out and made a line of credit to pay for your deadbeat boyfriend's room,
Yep.
which would have nothing to do with your funds you share with your husband, but he would be stuck on it as it's part of
Marital
the
debt.
funds. Yeah. Oh, that's yeah. The APR on that card is probably 27% or something like that.
Here's where you're paying him $20 for a referral.
He's paying me $20 for a referral. Any client that we could not take into Giggles, meaning we were too booked, instead of them going to Great Clips, Sports Clips, or something like that, I would refer them to Christopher Draper, and he would send me a referral reward from his own personal money as a thank you. He has also sent me a handful of clients as well.
Oh, and
Why did you not have time to give someone a haircut on August the 26th then?
Because we were
Before
fully
that?
booked, sir.
He paid you $45, and this is noted as what?
Payback for the hotel. That's the hotel in question, the La Quinta Inn.
Half of it.
Roughly, yes. It was $89 plus tax.
And he paid you $20 here, and that was for?
The gag gift. And then he also, you'll see further down, if you have it on record, provided by Vincent Valdez, another $20 that he paid me.
And this was a gag gift, you said, for him?
Yes, to our friend Noel. He had just gotten dumped by his girlfriend and was lonely, and we thought it'd be hilarious to get him a sex toy.
I'm lonely. I'm single.
How much was the toy?
$39.99 on Amazon plus tax.
That's a cheap.
That's a kind of cheap toy.
You paid him $89.75, and that's for him working on a Sunday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we already went over this one. So would you categorize this as a lot of money that you've given to Mr. Wilder?
Yes, sir.
Because they were in a new relationship. And
To your knowledge, what is his criminal history?
It is varied. There is a lot of petty stuff on record for him in Indiana and Tennessee. He does have a felonious charge that he served time for what I believe was identity theft. He, at the time of his incarceration, was granted the privilege of going into drug court, which is very rare, where he got clean from his addiction. He has now been clean for 5 years and has been released from jail, I want to say 3 years now, 3.5 years. He's been out.
What petty stuff then? Let me ask you that. What's the petty stuff on his record that you know of?
I mean, the last time I looked at it was 8 weeks ago when I ran a background check after we first met. I mean, it's everything from, goodness, forgive me, I don't know the right legal wordage for it. When you talk back to an officer, when you're not cooperating with them, speeding tickets. I believe there was also a past due license he was driving with. There's also petty theft, little things like that.
Well, I know you call them little things, but you know,
They're not felonious, so let's clarify. There was one felony charge on him.
Okay. You call them old things. Mr. Valdez is very concerned about his children being around this character. You understand that part?
I do understand
And you've
that.
had your children around him, correct? He's met your children.
He has met my 2-year-old Sage after I take Sage to the therapy appointments that I have scheduled myself that my husband failed to do.
And that's the only one that he's been around?
Yes, sir, for no more than 5 minutes at a time.
You have plans to let him be around your children though, correct?
In the future, yes, I do.
Do you drink?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. And you've had drinks with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilden being him.
Wilden, yes,
Wilden,
sir.
yes. And how many times have you drank with Mr. Wilden?
We drink in the evenings anytime we're together to relax and unwind.
She's a lightweight.
Lightweight, yeah. Only one felony. Iris
That's it.
wouldn't date him without, if he doesn't have a teardrop tattoo, Iris won't even go out with him.
Won't even.
like any adult would.
Okay. And you're talking about that's every evening y'all are together? That's what I'm hearing?
About 6 nights a week, yes, sir, we're together.
Okay. And how much do you drink every night?
Personally, for me, I probably have 2 Coronas or 2 glasses of Chardonnay.
How many does he have?
He probably has 2 or 3 Coronas.
All right. Well, I mean, you understand somebody that's been in rehab that's got a drug addiction shouldn't be enticing themselves with alcohol.
I believe that NA does follow those guidelines, yes, of complete 100% sobriety.
Yeah, for a reason.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer to that?
I said, I do believe that NA, which is Narcotics Anonymous, does adhere to the philosophy that someone in recovery should adhere to 100% sobriety.
Should what?
Adhere to 100% sobriety.
Okay. And he's not been doing that if he's drinking alcohol, correct?
Factually, yes, that's true.
I think it's dependent on where you are in your traditions when you eat the turkey. Or is it only at night when you eat turkey?
No, I mean, like, we're expected at like 2 at my brother-in-law's house. So a lot of it will depend on like if your football team is playing football, or it'll be like right after your local football games. American football, that is.
Oh, Handic. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jessica. Yeah, California sober. Well, we've watched this before. Just wait. I love that. Who was it who came in and said, "Ah, this seems a little boring," and then 2 seconds later, "Oh,
Never mind.
yeah, your family starts at 2 p.m. When turkey is ready, no sooner. We have Christmas dinner on the 24th. You'll normally have that after the evening mass, so like between 6 and 7 is the normal start time, and then you'll eat for a couple of hours. Then you'll have the presents and kick the kids to bed before midnight mass, and then you have the traditional either first day or second day of Christmas. You'll have a big get together. Well, we never really had that, but in other families, in my ex-wife's family, we had it every year. But where you meet at around noon, and then you'll just eat for 4 hours. It's horrendous.
Yeah, sounds awful. Meeting with your in-laws for that long?
No, but it was. They lived out on a farm out in the boonies, and I was raised that you took your plate to the kitchen, you helped clean the table, all of that. So I did that, and my mother-in-law turned around and said, "Go sit down." I said, "No, but this is the ladies' job." And so I had to go sit next to, and I didn't like my father-in-law. He was an idiot. But you just sat on a couch and waited for 2 hours, well, maybe an hour. And then there was the cake table that you had coffee and cake for another hour. And then You
Yeah.
asked if you were gonna stay for dinner or you would go home. And at
If
at
you
that
helped
time,
cook, then you didn't clean, was how it was in my house. So I used to get up early and help my dad cook every holiday.
yeah, I'm not Catholic. I'm Danish People Church. Yeah, well, you party every weekend.
And again, you think that's okay to have around the children at some point?
I think that alcohol is okay to have around children. I fail to see the point you're trying to make. The philosophy that NA holds is one of a personal choice. It is not mandated.
Just a reason they have it. So
Technically, Narcotics Anonymous doesn't mandate anything. It's a support group. They are strongly against alcohol because the person's problem is addiction, not the substance of choice. Yeah, that's the same with me and smoking. If I have 2 beers, I need a cigarette.
yeah.
But I don't smoke every day. But whenever I go out, sit in a bar, I buy a pack of cigarettes because it's a codependency kind of thing that is my addiction.
Well, and you're more likely to slip into a relapse if you're already doing something like alcohol and someone comes out and says, "Hey, look, let's have some cocaine," or whatever, you're more likely to slip.
Yeah. Yeah, that's and it's just it's such a stupid argument because that's the slippery slope, and alcohol is such an available and acceptable thing that most slippery slope starts with, well, I got drunk and
Yeah.
I'll have it. It's been a long time since I've taken a bump. I can handle it. She gives out way too much information. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I want to show you some Facebook posts here on the screen and ask you, first of all, do you recognize this as one of your Facebook posts?
Yes, sir.
And that's you and Mr. Wilden, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does lock and key mean?
It's our pet names for each other. I'm the lock, he's the key, meaning that we are soulmates.
So Mr. Draper puts on here, that's Mr. Wilden as well, correct?
Wilden, yes, sir.
Sorry. And you can steal $10,000, but you can't steal joy, and he tags you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking about this $10,000, right?
Yes, because at the time of that post, I was distraught, thinking I would not be able to function my business past the next day.
This is you and he at the business?
Yes, sir, at the barbershop that he works at.
Who took that picture?
One of his clients, Bob.
Another photo of you and him on Facebook?
Yes, sir, we were cooking salmon together that evening.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object as to relevance because we've already established that she's seeing this individual and we're getting off track from how this has anything to do with the business.
What's the
Well,
relevance, Mr. Hawley?
as for the motion to adopt the parenting plan concerning the children, I think every bit of this is relevant.
That's why I asked about the size of the
Overrule the objection because I'm allowing it solely for that purpose as to whether or not, how it affects the court's decision on a parenting plan. We're at a pause, so we're going to break for lunch. We're going to recess for lunch until 1:30.
Ms. Valdez, I'm going to show you a Facebook post and ask you if you're familiar with this post this morning.
Yes, sir, I am.
And what does that say?
It says, on our way to battle.
What are we battling today?
It is
Ms.
a,
Valdez?
Well, as bad as United is, they probably can beat them. Thank you so much, Sophie. And thank you for being thanks for being a member for 8 months.
it is a metaphor, Mr. Hawley. A metaphor is a use of symbolism.
Thank you. A metaphor is a use symbolism. I would not have known. She's a smart cookie.
Well, when you use a metaphor, you're kind of implying some things. What are you implying here?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's not implying anything. This isn't even her post.
Argumentative, Mr. Holly.
This is a different one. This one is the one who banged a felon while, well, she just left the house and went to consummate at a hotel with her felon boyfriend. Got him a motorbike with a credit card, and that's gonna go great.
I understand she's on her way to court. Most people consider it to be battle, and I don't think that is in any way derogatorily intended. So.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Valdez. Is this your post?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you remember when you made this post?
I did after I found out that Vincent Valdez took $10,000 out of my business account.
And you said what about that on your post? Can you read that?
Time to go to war. I was built for this.
Okay. And in your paragraph, your boyfriend said in a comment here, get your paint out, put your knife on, bring home the effing spoils, leave no survivors.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
He was talking to you in that situation, correct?
He was encouraging me after years of mental and emotional abuse to buck up and to be brave and strong and to not be amicable anymore in the divorce proceedings.
Okay. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if you recognize this video as a video of you at the house with a police escort. This is your daughter. And this was after you made this post, correct?
Yes, sir, it is. I actually called the police escort there for my own
I never had a PayPal link, so that's why you can't donate through PayPal.
safety, hence the knife.
And you've got a knife.
This is a divorce court. It's not about doing criminal stuff. It's about doing stupid mistakes that the husband can use against you to get the kids.
On your belt, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct, for personal safety.
Was
The
it
police
because your
officers were there
boyfriend-
for me.
Was it because your boyfriend told you to?
And no, sir, that is a personal knife that actually my husband bought me.
You had the police there as well, correct?
For my own personal safety, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you still felt like you had to wear a knife?
That was for my own personal safety. Yes, sir.
And you talked about, you need this money for your business funds, to be able to pay employees, things of that nature.
In divorce court, everything is fair game. That's sadly how it is. It's messy and it's dirty.
You did a photo shoot.
Yes, sir, I did.
And where did you do a photo shoot at?
At Studio 110 by Holly Douglas in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Okay.
What's she doing a photo shoot for?
Well, you'll find out.
And when did you do that?
Where?
When?
I did that, I want to say it was the first week of September, last week of August. I'd have to look back at the dates.
It was after you separated, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Sure. How much did that photo shoot cost you?
$2,800.
That's a lot of money.
I'm sorry, you said that was $3,500?
$2,800.
$2,800. Where did you get the money to do that with?
Personal loan.
Were there any,
Another loan?
She made a loan of how much to keep the business running. She took $3,500 out on a credit card to pay for his motorcycle, and now she made a
You're looking at
20
at least, like
28
$6,000.
She's more than 10,000 in the hole already.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this would be marital assets.
Yep. Marital debt, because it was accrued
Marital
during the
debt,
marriage.
yeah. Because they're not divorced yet, Diane G. So as long as she's spending money like a 16-year-old with her dad's credit card, he is accruing debt as well. So LDR will make sure you have the good lighting and everything in these pictures.
Right?
Photographs of you nude?
Yes, sir, there were.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. I don't see the relevance between a photo shoot in parenting your children or a photo shoot in Giggles and Glam.
I could have another question or two. I'll be glad to link that up, but this was actually on the
We're going to
internet.
reserve ruling on it until Mr. Holly is able to show some relevance.
And was this on the internet?
The nude photos were not, but the ones where I was in teddies and other undergarments were.
But you did have the nude photos on the internet with a blackout, correct?
Yes, blocking out the exposed area.
Okay. And that was on the internet, correct?
It was on a TikTok, yes, sir.
Are you concerned about your children seeing that at some point?
No, sir, I'm not, because they do not have a TikTok unless their father shows them that video.
Are you concerned about any day them seeing that about their mother on the internet?
No, sir, quite frankly.
Do you use
The
drugs?
internet is
No, sir, I do
forever.
not.
Could you pass a drug test today? You know, we've kind of requested one in the parenting plan and in the motion. Could you pass a drug test today?
What kind of drug test are we talking about?
Any drug test.
Any drug test, anything. All of
Yeah,
the
and
above.
And I just checked. I couldn't find it on TikTok.
It's probably been removed.
Yeah. She got OnlyFans wrong. So, yeah.
Well, let's talk about a hair follicle 10-panel drug test that may go back 6 months.
No, sir, I would not pass that.
Why would you fail that then?
Because in the past, I have used shrooms.
Shrooms.
Yes, sir,
What are
mushrooms.
shrooms?
It's hard to explain, but you ingest them and they make you feel euphoric for a few hours.
Okay, and you're referring to mushrooms, correct?
Yes, sir.
They are illegal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when's the last time you've done mushrooms?
About 3 weeks back.
3 weeks.
Mhm.
It would have been after the separation as well.
Yes, sir.
Who did you do mushrooms with?
I did mushrooms with Christopher Draper in the privacy of my home when my kids.
The clean drug addict who drinks every night and does rooms.
Yeah, and
Nicola
drug
is
testing-
a NA counselor. How high on the list of accepted stuff is shrooms?
So the thing is, with family court, usually, like, no amount of drugs, unless you have a prescription for it, is okay. And they, even if they are a legal drug like marijuana or in some places shrooms, they still can test for it, and they will, because the idea is that you can't properly parent while high.
Yeah. Yeah, it was SD tricky girl who said, this isn't that interesting. I told you, stick around.
I'm correct, it gets worse, if I remember right.
Yeah, it doesn't get better. So, yeah.
Just wait until you see the, like, ex-husband.
He is the most beta in the world.
Yeah. You'll be
You
like,
said
she was
tame.
afraid of
Oh,
him?
sorry. I thought you said lame. Sorry.
Kids were not present.
Okay, and he did them with you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. Did you have any issues with someone that's going through rehab having a relapse by using mushrooms?
Well, that was not his drug of choice when he was in rehab, so I would not call that a relapse into methamphetamines.
So methamphetamines was his drug of choice?
Yes, sir, at the time it was.
Okay. And being addicted to methamphetamines and going.
So if you are clean off of meth, but you thought, I really need my high, so I'm just going to do crack. You're still clean?
No.
No, that's not how it works.
You've just traded one substance for another.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah, but also she said that they don't really they say they don't like it in the NA, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure shrooms wouldn't be accepted.
With the rehab and drug court and battling countless felonies, it's still not considered by you to be a relapse if you're doing mushrooms and drinking alcohol every night.
I did not say that I was doing drugs every night. Yes, I have a Corona every night after running my 2 businesses and I get home.
And again, where were the kids when you were doing mushrooms? Were they with their dad?
They were with, yes, their father.
Okay. And you feel comfortable with the kids being with father while you're conducting this type of activity?
Is that a trick question? Of course, I feel comfortable with them being with their father.
Do you have any issues with,
She can't. She started talking. And that's a big problem. She
Well, and in family court, there's no like Fifth Amendment.
pleading the fifth.
Right. Yeah. And if you do, it can be construed against you.
Yeah.
Because it's civil in nature, not criminal.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Get broke so you can't do drugs. But you never hear a crack addict get up in the morning and said, I don't have any money. They are entrepreneurs. They go out and do it.
Mr. Valdez having exclusive possession of the marital residence since you moved out?
No, I offered that to him in the original MDA.
So that's really unopposed today. He can have the marital residence.
I've always felt that way, yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Valdez, a few things that I would like to clarify with you. You testified earlier to Mr. Hawley about how you left the marital residence, and then you testified about how you carry a knife with you when you went back to the marital residence. Can you tell the court a little bit about why you felt so unsafe returning to the marital home?
Yes, ma'am. So to put in some context that Mr. Hawley shared earlier prior to our recess, when I served Vincent with the divorce papers the Sunday following him kicking me out, I agreed to cohabitate with him while the divorce proceedings were happening, and I lived upstairs in the office. That lasted about a week until I had to leave due to me feeling unsafe. And there was an incident that occurred, I believe it was August 17th, somewhere right around there, where I was still visiting the residents throughout the day, cooking, cleaning, trying to provide a sense of normalcy for the children so we would not traumatize them while Vince and I were in transition. And while I was hanging up some of his shirts in the bathroom, as my daughter laid on the bed not 10 yards away, I felt Vince come up to my side from behind me, and I turned around. He was very close to me. He put his hands on my waist, proceeded to slowly, but regardless, push me up against the wall. I felt like he was trying to kiss me. His hands began to move a little bit lower down my waist. Eventually, they probably would have touched my buttocks. I told him no to stop 3 times, and when he wouldn't, I put my hands on his chest and pushed him off. I then left the residence, went to the backyard because I was so upset, called Christopher Draper, asked him what to.
Why is it Christopher Draper? Why isn't it Chris?
I
It
don't
annoys
get
the
it.
heck out of me.
I don't know why she gotta say the full name. It's not like he's famous.
Why not just say Chris Draper or Chris? It's stupid.
To do. And he said I needed to leave the residence immediately, even if it was without the kids, for my own safety, and to never go back in there unless I was accompanied with my mother or with a police officer.
Thank you for sharing that. And just to be clear, was your minor child present and
Yes.
witnessed your husband do that?
Yes.
All right. Counsel also showed you a video of your child crying. There were cars in the video and your child was crying. Can you give the court some context about why your child was crying like that?
Yes, the reason why River, my son, was saying, I don't want this, Daddy, I don't want this. That particular day, Vince and I had planned for the kids to stay with me for the first time at my new rental. I had gotten it furnished and prepared for them, and that was the agreed upon day for them to spend the first night with me. We agreed that I was going to show up at a certain time and sit the kids down. My original hope was we were going to tell the kids to transition them slowly. Hey, mommy got a second house. It's just because it's closer to your new school. We're going to be doing some, and I quote, campouts at mommy's house. My goal was to provide.
I quote. You're telling the story. You don't have to quote in your own story. It's not like Earlier, I was making cookies, and I quote 3 different kinds of cookies.
I think she meant to do the like air quotes, like quote unquote, like the ironic quotes.
Yeah, the funny bunny, yes.
Yeah.
Them with the slow transition to not traumatize them, since they did.
Maybe he's a soft citizen and don't go by his all capital letters put on his birth
Well, didn't she say
certificate.
that's not his legal name too, or something like that?
Yeah, his name is Chris Winner or Weiner or something.
Yeah. So maybe that's like a stage name.
Maybe. But how can he then have felonies in this name?
Oh, good point. Well, so it could be that they're like in his legal name and then also known as, and then
His aliases. Yeah.
his aliases. Yeah.
Wilton. Wilton, that's his name. Yeah. Did your child also see mommy kissing Santa Claus? Didn't want to traumatize them, so I thought, well, just lie to them. So it's more traumatizing when they find out I lied to them.
Right.
No, I think she's really, I don't even think her lawyer knows which way she's going.
Why do I feel like in another hearing she ends up without the lawyer?
Well, we're not done yet.
Not need to know that the divorce was happening quite yet. Vince proceeded in that moment to, for lack of better words, rip the Band-Aid off and say things along the lines of, mommy has decided that she doesn't want to be married to daddy anymore. Mommy has decided that she's leaving this family, that she's moving out. Daddy doesn't want this, and mommy wants a divorce. And she doesn't want to be husband and wife anymore. To which in that moment, my son broke down distraught because it came out of left field and his mind did not know how to process what my husband was saying.
Thank you. And has your son had any more outbursts or crying fits since then?
No, ma'am. He cried for about 5 minutes in the car, but by the time we got to my mother's house, which was 13 minutes away, he was happy. By the time we got to my rental, he was dancing to music. He was playing with the new toys I had bought him. He was saying things along the lines of, I love this house.
Back to the hearsay.
I had video of the dancing and the music.
And when there's an objection, you must stop talking
I
until I
apologize.
rule on the objection. Sustained, I don't think that is relevant. And it is a statement of the child, so it's introduced for the proof of the matter. Sustain the objection.
Ms. Valdez, how long have you gone without seeing the children?
At one given time or
Yes.
total? I would say it was actually here pretty recently. I had a marathon this past weekend. And so I've gone since Thursday morning without seeing them, and I get to see them tomorrow. So that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 full days, 4.5 days.
And do you visit them when your husband has them in his possession?
I no longer go over to the house, no, for my own personal safety. In the past, I would go over there, like I said, to cook and clean and help with.
That's such a BS thing for my own personal safety,
Yeah.
That's so BS. But again, it works. It's so easy to claim. He tried to unwanted sexual assault on me.
With the
Yeah, I
house
don't know
and
if I
help him
believe
transition,
that.
but I no longer do that.
I think he talks about it actually.
Yeah.
And you testified earlier that Mr. Draper will spend the night at your residence sometimes, but that he has never been in the presence of the minor children for more than 5 minutes. Can you explain to the court how that works?
Yes, so to clarify that 5 minutes, that's with my 2-year-old son, Sage. On Wednesdays, I take Sage to 2 therapy appointments, and afterwards I drop off.
Sage is a girl's name, right?
I don't know. I think it's usually used as a girl's name.
Yeah.
But they also named their kid River, so.
Well, that's like River Phoenix.
Off lunch to Christopher Draper at his barbershop, in which my son Sage is present for that. But Christopher is working, so we never stay long. Secondly, Christopher comes over after hours at around 9 o'clock. The kids are already in bed. We have dinner on the front porch, and then we go to bed. He leaves for work between 4 and 4:30 a.m. before any of the kids even wake up.
So you're cohabitating with your beau,
Yeah.
but your kids isn't spending time with him. I don't know how rules are in America, but if you are living under the same roof, which you are doing when he's there in Denmark, you have to spend 5 out of 7 days together. Then you are cohabitating, especially if you're both on government pay. Then they are really interested in that. But another thing, how old are these kids in a new environment? How many times do they knock on the door and say, "Mommy, I can't sleep"?
Right.
Mr. Hawley also showed us a lot of statements on the screen, miscellaneous charges. How much have you spent erroneously through the business account to Mr. Draper?
Through the business account, I would estimate between 50 and 200 tops.
So very minimal in
Very
terms
minimal.
of what kind of profit the business is generating.
The cash flow on average every month from Giggles, revenue and everything is between $35,000 and $45,000 every month.
You said 35,000 every month?
Minimum, if not up to 45,000. That's the cash flow going through the business. Yes, ma'am.
But cash flow isn't net gain.
No, that's just what's coming in.
Yeah. So if you have expenses, if you're like the gold digger we watched the other day, you can be in the negative even with a high cash flow.
Yeah.
And the credit card account that Mr. Hawley put up on the screen earlier, was that your credit card account?
Are we referring to the PayPal?
Yes.
Yes, that is my own personal credit card that I took out after Vince and I separated.
Is your husband associated with that account in any way?
No, ma'am, he's not.
We also saw a video from Mr. Hawley with you and Mr. Draper hugging and kissing in the laundry room.
Mm-hmm.
Did you lose any business over that interaction?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Did you lose any employees over that interaction?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And the 2 employees that council brought up earlier, have you, the 2 that were here in the courtroom, did they both quit?
Kennedy, the young lady with the black hair, quit abruptly. She did not show up for her shift. She never gave me a reasoning. I contacted her with no response. The only thing I can surmise is personal grievances towards me or the business, albeit a week prior, she had just gotten a $150 bonus from me for such a good performance. I had just taken her out for a steak dinner. I thought everything was fine. Jessica, the African-American woman,
dinner?
was my general manager.
Yeah, she's a
Yeah.
good
Good
employee.
old steak dinner. I mean,
Yeah,
take me out for
and it's not that she didn't give you a reasoning. She didn't give you a reason. If you want to use big
Yeah.
words, use them correctly.
Fired her
and
for
steak
misconduct.
dinner.
She also was having a history of poor reviews on top of it for her work ethic. Found out that she was distributing pictures of my boudoir photo shoot to staff members. So because of those unethical reasons, I fired her.
And did you use any
How does
funds
she
from
have-
the business for that?
How
you
does
were
she have
putting them
what?
out there. No, but you
Yeah.
were putting those
No,
pictures out there.
the photo studio put them on TikTok.
Exactly. So if she, how can you be mad? They're out there.
You
Right.
can't.
You
And
can't.
And if
You
somebody
probably
takes them
find
and shows
something.
other people, then okay, you put it out there.
She probably got a discount if they said, "Oh, can we put up not the nude photos, but the boudoir photos on the tickety talks?" And she said, "Oh yeah." And then it came back to bite her in the butt. Just like OnlyFans models when they thought, "But I thought you had to pay to watch me." Nope, you can just go look it up. And a lot of people who try to make a little money on OnlyFans have some very uncomfortable PTA meetings.
So before we start again, we have finished the Nutcracker.
Oh, big screen.
I even went with the eyelashes for Jamie.
Aww.
I will say that you cannot fit normal sized any
That's
kind
sad.
of nuts in here.
You'd be
I
like-
did try a sunflower seed, and it is too hard. It popped the head off. But it does move. And so yeah.
What
it
a
looks like-
cheap gift, Baker.
Hold
No, I'm
on.
kidding. It's great. I think it's cute as heck.
I don't remember who got it, but yeah, you get an option on the eyes. You can either do the eyelashes or some what my husband called serial killer eyes.
Or they just black as
They're
night,
just like the
standing
bug
there.
eyes, like yeah, like the no eyelids, nothing. It looks weird, but yeah. So
Aw,
that's what they look like.
he's so cool. Were you doing that the whole time?
Yeah, that's what I was doing while you were listening.
It didn't take long.
No. I finished about when you were like, I'll be right back. And I was like, damn it.
I had to go mix up my devil's eggs really quick. Now I'm all set.
That's Lolita Smiles and Colorado Mountain Girl who will be getting that when I get to shipping it out from the last
Yay.
giveaway. So sadly, no nuts in that mouth.
Drawer shoot. No, ma'am. It was all on
That's sad.
either the down payment was on the Kroger personal credit card, and then the rest was on the PayPal credit card.
No nuts in his mouth.
And you just testified earlier that you used mushrooms. Do you have any plans on that being a recreational thing for you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And were your children in your presence when
No,
that
ma'am, they
occurred?
were not.
And does Mr. Draper have any connection to your business-related expenditures?
No, he has absolutely no access to anything.
That's all I have, Judge.
So Holly?
I'm eating a pizza.
To be clear, I thought I heard this. So, Mr. Wilden, he's sleeping at your house every night when the kids are there. They just don't, according to you, I guess, meet in the hallway?
They are in bed. I have their monitor on. We have dinner on the front porch, and then we go upstairs and spend our time up there with the door locked.
You said that in the process of this fear that you had with Mr. Valdez at one point, you called Mr. Draper and he kind of told you what to, or Mr. Wilden, and he kind of told you what to do. Wilden kind of told you what to do, correct?
Yes, he said I need to leave the residence for my own safety.
Okay, so you rely on him and you kind of are doing what he told you in that situation.
I sought him for counsel, yes.
Okay. Are y'all drinking every night and then going to bed with the kids there?
We drink about 5 nights a week, but I think there's a difference between getting intoxicated and having a beer in the evening. And we are not getting intoxicated every evening.
Again, back to my question, it would be the answer is yes, that you are drinking every night while the kids are there with Mr. Wilden.
Yes, we are having a beer when my kids are present.
Why are you hiding Mr. Wilden in from your kids?
Because I do not think it appropriate to introduce them to another man in my life until the divorce is final.
But as long as they don't meet in the hallway,
I guess that's a risk, yes.
nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. I'd like to call Christopher Wilkes.
I have a few questions before you do that. Let me describe for me what the situation was before your separation regarding the children, when you and Mr. Valdez were living together. Tell me how that went.
Sorry, Your Honor, you mean the child care situation, what it looked like? I was the main child care provider. Even though I own these 2 businesses, I was more or less a stay-at-home mother. I took care of all the dental appointments, ballet appointments, soccer, therapy, grocery shopping. I even homeschooled them from preschool up until 6 weeks ago. After I separated with my husband, I knew I would not be able to facilitate homeschooling in an honorable way, and so I enrolled them in a local elementary school. But I was the main caretaker and provider since birth.
And if your lawyer asked you if you plan to use the shrooms, mushrooms as a recreational thing in the future, you weren't planning to do that for the future, why do it at all?
It was an opportunistic experimental situation where they were gifted to us. And quite frankly, we were curious.
An
Who's gifting you?
opportunistic opportunistic experimental situation.
opportunistic experimental situation. Someone just gifted you shrooms?
So
Yeah.
she meant it was an opportunity to experiment. Just say it that way. Why did you have to like?
Yeah, so someone gave it to us, and we thought, "What the heck? I never tried shrooms. Let's do it."
Yeah.
That's
How do you
just-
know they weren't like the kind that were deadly?
because I bet you it was one of his good friends who probably sells a lot of different drugs, and this absolute 5-year sober drug user knows some good people.
Apparently.
Anything further?
You understand that in mushrooms, that's what somebody told you when they gave them to you, but there could be anything in there.
Yes, sir, you're right.
I mean, people put different stuff in different drugs nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
I've got clients and friends that aren't here on planet Earth right now because they took something experimental and it didn't turn out so well.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
And that could have happened to you. It could have happened. It could have happened to you and the children's mother, correct?
Me and the children's mother?
That's you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And
Children's mother.
Mr. Wilder was there with you. You've already said that. Was there anybody else?
It's Wilden, and no, it was just him and I.
And who got the mushrooms?
I'm not at
Brought them
liberty
into
to
the
say that.
home.
I am not too sure. I just know it was gifted.
Who brought them into the home? Who brought them into your home?
It was Christopher and I.
Well, did somebody give them to Mr. Wilden and bring them in, or give them to you and bring them in?
I assume someone gave them to Christopher.
Okay. And again, this is all appropriate as long as we don't meet in the hallway. The kids and Mr. Wilden.
I don't understand how that has relevancy here when we experimented with the shrooms while my kids were 18 miles away. So I don't understand how the hallway has context here.
If he brought drugs home and if he brought drugs and brought them into your home, and he talked you into using them, what's to stop him from using them at any time?
He did not talk me into using them. I agreed.
What's to stop him from using them any time? Address.
So if he didn't bring him in there and say, "Hey, look what I got as a gift," you would have said to him, "Hey, get some shrooms."
Yeah,
He gave you the opportunity to agree.
Mm-hmm.
So he did persuade you in some way to do drugs with him.
My question.
Yeah.
I understand that. What's to stop my husband from picking up drug use at any time?
Well, he doesn't.
It's all
apparently
speculation.
He doesn't apparently have a history of it. We're not talking about his drug use, are we?
No, we're not.
I mean, he doesn't have a history of that.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That's true.
That's you, correct?
I do not have a history of drug use. I've experimented one time.
And you wouldn't call that a history of
That's-
drug use?
I think that's a very loose way to use the word history.
Is it fair to say that with the drugs, the photo shoot,
It's funny, everything is a history when you've done it once.
Well, yeah.
It's
And I mean,
if
he's just
if
using it to his advantage.
yeah, but
Yeah.
again, if the Austrian painter didn't come around, we would still only have one historic first world kerfuffle. It would still be a world kerfuffle
Well, yeah.
historically. That's yeah.
different things you've got going on with the affair, that you're kind of got a midlife crisis going on here?
I can see how someone might think that on the outside, but I also think you have to look at the hard facts. I'm still running 2 profitable businesses. I still have a team of staff members who worship me, who are willing to testify to my character.
Except
Worship
the
me.
two that left that job.
Yeah.
And I also have a community of people that are also willing to testify to my character. I pay my bills on time. I'm never late. I run my businesses flawlessly, and I treat my kids with kindness and respect and provide for them.
I understand that's what you're saying, but while you're doing that, according to you, and you're doing all the other things that you're doing, what's wrong with leaving the kids in what I understand to be basically the main home that they know with their father at this time, while you go do whatever you want to do?
There's a difference between leaving them in a physical residence and saying that's going to comfort them compared to letting them spend time with the woman who has basically solely reared them for the last 8.5 years, educated, clothed them, spent time with them, provided for them.
And again,
Mr.
ma'am,
Valdez was
I know
never
that
their
you
main
s-
rearer.
I know that you say that, but you yourself have admitted 26 out of 33 days.
I did not admit to that. That is inaccurate.
Well, you've admitted there's a lot of times that you're taking trips and things like that.
I did not admit to that. That's purely speculation. I said, we've taken 2 trips, if you don't remember, Mr. Hawley. One was a camping trip that lasted 18 hours, and it was 48 minutes away. I clocked it while I was out at recess. The other one was a day trip, hiking trip, and we were gone for maybe 7 hours, and that one was an hour and a half away. So I failed to see these grandiose trips that you're referring to.
Since you've been separated from Mr. Valdez, though, you've not even come close to 50-50, have you?
I would say it's been about a 60-40, 65-35. But that's also because I work nights and I work 3 jobs right now to provide for my kids while he works from home. He has the luxury of being with them more often.
Well, that I understand. Thank you. Nothing further.
Please, anything further?
Yeah.
Hey, ma'am, step down. You may call your next witness.
I'd like to call Christopher Weldon.
Christopher Walden. Willing, Willing or Walden?
Wilden.
Willing, you come up here, please. If you raise your right hand, you place it on.
Mr. Weldon, could you please state your full name for the court?
Christopher Ryan Wilden.
Mr. Weldon, what can you tell the court about your criminal history?
It started when I was about 19 years old, and it ended about 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. Petty thefts, possession of marijuana, possession of paraphernalia, controlled substance. So it's all drug related.
And how long have you been sober for now?
5 years.
From which substances?
The only thing I do is drink alcohol. So, I mean, you're talking opiates, methamphetamines, Adderall. I haven't taken anything besides ibuprofen.
And spoons.
And what kind of program did you go through once you were released from prison?
So part of my agreement when I came out of jail, because this last time I finally decided to change, I went through
only one. He only has 1 felony. It's not even like having a felony.
Yeah, it's not that serious.
This is the boy toy, yes. Hey, Ada K, happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Sunday, Thursday. It's just a regular Thursday at our place.
Indiana and cleared up all my charges up there, cleared my charges down here. And on my last charge, I was going to be sentenced to do 3 years. I'd never asked for drug court or any type of rehabilitation, never been in any or anything. And, my real goal was to get back to my daughter. So I went through a drug court program, Sumner County Drug Court. It's one of the top in the nation. There's other drug courts that fly them out to teach them how to run a drug court. And, I don't know the exact numbers, but they're over triple the national standard of success rate. So what happened was I got out. When I first got out, I had 3 drug tests a week. I had 5 meetings I had to hit a week. I had a therapist, 2 pastors, and it was class after class after class after family classes. It was MRT class.
To the best drug court.
Yeah, I'm just surprised he qualified. Usually it's like a first time offense, maybe a second. The level of
because usually I thought it was more.
He only has 1 felony.
It might have been the first one in that area, and that might be why.
Maybe. Because usually you have to be like continuing to offend, and then they're like, okay. That's what I thought. But.
Thank you, Patrick W. Now I have something in my mouth, so it's hard to speak. Gifting a membership to Phoenix.
I'm not gonna. No.
What are you eating?
Like, kind of like Mentos. No, not Mentos. Some mint chews.
Mint chews.
Yeah, it's
Aren't those Mentos? Aren't Mentos the things that are chewy like that?
Yeah, it's kind of like those, but
I only like the fruity ones though.
Yeah.
I like the minty ones.
Yeah, I heard that about you, Jamie. You like the fruity ones.
Oh my goodness. You know what has saved this woman a lot of grief? Is if she just got the divorce first.
Right.
Before she started dabbling in all this. Like, my goodness. Could you not have waited? Because she met him and like 8 weeks later they're getting married. Like, divorce your husband first. Take care of that. It's not like he's not. Is he gonna go away if you don't?
Maybe
Hurry
they
up
were
and
going to
marry
unalive
this
him,
man?
and that was going to be the next felony.
Yeah.
She's just she's just hooked up with a. It's a midlife crisis. Men go out and get cabriolet, and ladies get a bad boy.
Classes, it was, and I did it all. Journey to Freedom class.
So in your opinion, have you turned your life around?
Absolutely.
And do you have any minor children of your own? You said?
Yeah, my daughter's not.
And Mr. Walden, what has been the extent of your interaction with Miss Valdez's minor children?
None. I mean, she's had Sage taking therapy, and she stopped by my work, and he was with her, but that was it. I mean, there's no interaction.
And when you stated that you drank alcohol, how frequent is that?
3 nights a week, 2 nights a week, couple of Coronas here and there.
Do you do that in the presence of the 3 minor children that I just referred to? Okay. And what do you do for a living now?
So I'm a barber. I do a lot of stuff. I'm a barber. I'm actually getting ready to start a nonprofit organization to help guys that are in long-term recovery, either get certificates or get careers or to if they want to start their own business.
We are watching a woman having a midlife crisis, choosing boy toy felon over husband and 2 kids. I think it's a mohawk because when you see it from up top, it looks like he's losing his hair.
Mm-hmm.
Business, and they need lawnmowers. I'm in the middle of learning how to grant write, so I can actually. That's the progression of it. Like, I cut hair for a living, but more realistically, I want to be able to give back to the community and things where I've been.
So is your business doing well?
Yeah,
Are you generating a
absolutely.
profit?
I've been in business about a year right now, professionally. Like, I've had my license since July of last year. I have almost 100 5-star reviews. I got 1 4-star review, and I've got over 600 clients that I take care of a month.
And do you do any local volunteer work?
Yeah.
Hey, when I got divorced, I might also have digged down some crazy. It's fun, but it's not something you stay with.
Yeah. So I work with Nashville Cares. We do, they hand out they do a needle exchange. So they bring in dirty needles, you give them clean needle. It's a HIV and HEP prevention is what they do, along with testing. I got test kits coming to the shop to where I hand out test kits to people that may need it. That's different rehabs, halfway houses, people I know. I mean, because I'm really close in contact with the jail and with the recovery corps, with Sumner County Drug Coalition. So I'm in ties with all of them. I'm able to provide services that not everybody, because I'm a barber, I know everybody. And middle of next month, I got granted to go into the jail and start cutting hair every other week for the indigent guys, the guys that have no money on their commissary. And that's going to be on a podcast. They're going to allow me to podcast it. So, I mean, I'm not even allowed back into the jail that I came out of.
And so do any of your past criminal history, does any of that have to do with children or hurting children? Okay.
Nope. None of it's even violent.
What was
None
that?
of it's even violent. No domestics, no batteries, no nothing like that.
Yeah, for robbery?
It was a friendly robbery.
Okay.
That's
just
Mr. Wilden, recently, have you done mushrooms with my client?
So don't object. That's ask and answer. He already testified all he's taken is an ibuprofen.
I'm asking him directly.
Overruled.
Yes, I have.
Objection.
And can you tell the court what the occasion was or why you decided to do that?
It's basically, it's a spiritual opening to deal with some of the stuff that internally.
That's why I do coke, not because I want the high, but because I like the smell. It's just some spirit, man. If it comes from the ground, man. The Indians, man, they ate it all the time, and it's just spiritual, man. Yeah,
No.
Coke, you just need to add a lot of chemicals to it, and it's natural as well. And I really like the smell of it. It's good. It's not like I'm addicted to it, but I really, really like the smell of it.
It's just
I hate these drug addicts who can always use a reasonable explanation to why they need their continued substance abuse. It's always, well, it helps me, or I'm just on a journey. Yeah, we saw how that journey ended in Minnesota some months ago.
kind of squandered me or been shameful to me.
After you did that, did you relapse?
No.
And do you have any intention on doing it again?
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
When you did it, were the minor children present?
No.
So he just admitted he didn't mind doing drugs and would do them again.
Mhm.
Is shrooms legal in Tennessee?
I don't know.
As a convicted felon, is using illegal drugs good
Oh,
or
is he
bad?
still on probation?
I don't know if
Because
he is,
usually-
but will a judge think, oh, he's mended his ways, or will a judge think,
Well,
yep,
one of the conditions is usually like you stay drug free.
Well, yeah, like in the programs too, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
I do have to dip out.
hey, go
Oh.
say to your mother she better have that Cool Whip box
Yeah.
filled when you go home, or you will treat her like you treat Iris.
And shut
just
the
won't-
garage door on her.
I just won't open it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it'll be fun. We're gonna go watch some football and stuff. I don't know when dinner is still. I never got a time.
Well, it's an hour later than they tell you, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right. Happy
Get some
Thanksgiving,
pie.
everybody. You guys have fun.
Thanksgiving. Have fun.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, Tennessee still has dry countries because Dollywood is in a dry county. I learned that. I learned
Yeah, I
stuff.
feel like that's one of the places that would not have shrooms being legal.
Yeah. But
I could be wrong.
I don't know. I've only watched 2 cases with Judge Wolf, and I don't think he's one of those judges who say, it's okay, man.
No. I actually like Judge Wolf. He's a good balance of strict but also reasonable.
Yeah, he asks good questions too. He's
Mhm.
not just sitting there. He has some good questions that really drills in on what the case might be.
Yeah.
To what extent has my client, Ms. Valdez, used any business expenses on you?
On me, I don't think any. I think the only thing that she ever used it on was a hotel when he kicked her out of the house.
Did you reimburse her for that?
Anything that we've ever done together, I give her money for, reimburse her, yes.
Did
The
she,
hotel, I don't think I paid for anything on the hotel because that was something that she had to have a place to stay anyways. So,
did my client help you purchase a motorcycle?
yeah.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was that used from the business account, those expenses?
No.
He's sneaky.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Right. Charlie, you may cross-examine.
Oh,
Mr. Walden, I thought I heard you say earlier that you didn't take drugs, all you took was an ibuprofen. Was that your testimony earlier?
As far as like relapsing on drugs that I've previously been addicted to, yes, I don't use. I
What
don't
were you
abuse
previously
drugs.
addicted to?
Methamphetamines, Adderall, opiates.
Well, it's not mushrooms now, is it?
No, it's not a daily thing. It's not a weekly thing. It's not I don't wake up in the morning taking mushrooms, but there are places where it is legal to wake up daily and take mushrooms.
Where's that at?
Colorado.
Yeah, but where?
that's such a stupid. It's the same. It's legal on some highways in Germany to drive without a speed limit, but you
So-
can't go past the school at 200 kilometers an hour and say, well,
Yeah.
it's legal on the highway in Germany.
Well, we used to have that problem here because Massachusetts legalized marijuana before Rhode Island did. So everyone would be like, but Massachusetts legalized, it's legal in Massachusetts. Like, well, you're in Rhode Island, though. You cross the border.
Yeah, and that's and a lot of people will when they get struck for a DUI while driving under the influence with it said, but it's legal. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
but you
can
still
still
can't
can't
drive under the
drive.
influence.
Yeah, that's so
They
stupid.
don't actually know how to. Well, they've tried creating a breathalyzer for that. I'd have to look to see if it actually was successful, but
They do it with the blood test in Denmark, and if you get no matter what, if it from weed to I don't know what the worst drug age, no matter what it is, it's an automatic. I believe 2.1, or you would call it 0 to 1.
yeah.
It hits the same as if you were driving with a 0 to 1 BAC. That's
Which
just an
makes sense
automatic.
because you're still impaired.
Yeah, and especially because we've had a lot of drug accidents where people just plow into to other people in crossings and stuff like that, and yeah, it's hard to figure out how do you find them, and again, the same people who do it probably don't mind that they lose their driver's license for 5 years because they never had one to start with, so
Yeah, and they'll probably
doesn't
drive
matter.
without it.
I've checked my car. There's no slot to put my driver's license in, so I don't need it. That was a waste of money. So yeah, we only do any drug is blood work, but you just get, because that's the thing with weed, that stays a long time because it's absorbed in the fat, so you can measure it. I think
If I
3
remember correctly,
months.
it's like depending on the level of use, it's like
Yeah.
30 days to like 3 to 6 months, depending.
Yeah, and if you just ping a little, if you smoked at that music festival and you get stopped at Christmas and they find it, you were driving under the influence with a BAC of 0.21.
Yeah.
That's just a rule. So you will lose your car. You will lose your car, driver's license. We have what's called like crazy driving. It's if you is in excess of the speed limit by X 100 and
Yeah.
something percent, or they'll just take your car. We had a guy from Norway who went to Germany, bought himself, I believe it was a Lamborghini or Ferrari,
Oof,
all the
that's
way
tempting.
up through Jutland. He thought, hey, I'm gonna kick it. He had it in less than 8 hours. Then it was repoed by the Danish police and sold at auction. Yep.
Which must have netted them quite a price tag.
That's the Britney Grindr story. Remember to learn the rules of the country you're traveling to, not the country you're coming from.
Well, and that's what I always say in the United States, because the criminal laws are state by state, and while they might be similar, there's going to be certain things that aren't allowed in one state that is in another. Like I think it's Utah that doesn't allow liquor to be sold outside of their own state-run stores. So I'm sure that there are other restrictions on it as well. Here in New England, you have New Hampshire, where you can buy all of the big boom boom fireworks that go all the way up. Whereas that's illegal here in Rhode Island without special permits and licensing. But what they'll do is they'll sit at the New Hampshire border and they'll catch people coming down from the stores.
Yeah.
To arrest them. So like, you have to know when you're going to be traveling across even state borders what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and that's when I went over in 2018, when I was over there with the kids. The first thing I did was look at the laws, because I rented a car at JFK and drove down. And I would be that annoying idiot who was driving the speed limit. Everyone else was doing 75, 80. I was putting along 55 because it's my driver's license, and I can say, oh, I'm sorry, I come from Denmark. I know read the signs that good.
Well, and a lot of times the cops won't say this, but the stadies will look for license plates that are from out of town, because they're not gonna. They know that you're not gonna come back and defend it.
Yeah.
You'll just pay it and be done with it.
And that's one of those things that. What kind of vehicle does a mushroom drive? A sports car. Oh,
It's a good dad
we have
joke.
Zachariah, and now Laura is doing the same. Mm. Mhm. But it's just, and it's such an easy. It's kind of like I tell my brother, you don't need to get fines if you just follow the law.
Yeah.
It's such an easy fix. But hey, I'm a square.
Go ahead.
It's not in Colorado, and it is legal there. So.
You planning on moving to Colorado?
No, sir.
Let me clarify. It is legal for some people there in Colorado, not for me.
That's- All right, so you brought mushrooms. Did you get the mushrooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how did you get them? Did you buy them or?
Yeah.
Okay, so they weren't gifted, you bought them.
No.
How much did you pay for them?
$60.
Did Mrs. Valdez chip in on it?
No.
Did she pay for any of it?
No.
$60.
Apparently I feel like that's a lot, but I could be wrong. I've never bought mushrooms.
I could get a lot of beer for $60. I could get drunk a lot for $60. This is a couple of hours where you're just feeling loopy.
Hell, you could buy the wine like jugs that Sarah Boone was drinking. Like you could buy easily like 5 of those.
But it's the same. I asked the idiot that my daughter lives with, because a lot of kids do coke in Denmark, and I said, how the hell do you have 800 Danish to buy it? You're in school.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, if you could scrounge 50 kroner together to buy 1 gram of the devil's letters, you shared that with your friends. That's $10.
Right?
This guy is putting $60 in. Rich young people, I don't.
So
That's
So
cheap.
she bought you a banner, correct?
Really?
I'm
For your
glad I don't
business.
do drugs.
Yeah.
So she did use a business expense for you, correct?
Wasn't aware that was from the. Now, mind you, everything
Nope.
that comes from profitable from drip fade is going to be split with Miss Valdez and has been up to this point.
I'm sorry?
Anything profitable from that is going to go 50-50 to her.
So y'all starting your own little business?
As far as the products, yes.
Yeah. She trying to close down Giggles and Glam to make that not worth anything from.
Ask my legal expert. Going into a business, running down your own business to hurt your partner or your spouse, is that a? But
I mean, it's unfair dealing and a lot of things that are going to get you in trouble as far as like
yeah,
profit, like her profit portions from the business can be impacted from that.
yeah, and if she's sending him clients and maybe contributing by buying a banner and stuff like that with business accounts, is he part owner in that business as well? If it goes out of the business expense, he or the business account, he must be in some way financially involved in it.
I don't know that you'd get to a full like partnership or anything. It depends on how they do it, because a lot of times, like I've seen it where local businesses will sponsor an up and coming business or like let them advertise within their business. So like they'll put out flyers for them or something like that. But it's really going to depend on the level of involvement, and it kind of sounds like she was blending the two and was letting Giggles and Glam kind of go.
She described him as her employee in the beginning. So
and it could be like a subsidiary. Like sometimes what you'll do is you'll have a bigger business that has like a smaller.
Yeah. You're focusing on the kids in this one, and then the adults in that one. Yeah.
But they're all under the same like initial business.
Hey, Food Fairy, send me some food.
The marriage and get you started.
I want to try some traditional American, one of those big feasts. I don't know what you do for Christmas, but I want to do like a turkey dinner.
in your own hair cutting business?
We do
I think that's
ham,
the
but
other side
turkey
doing that,
works
not
too.
Ms. Valdez.
You cut kids' hair?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a vape when you cut kids' hair?
Yeah, my vape sits out.
Yeah.
If it's not illegal, it doesn't matter as long as it's not vape in their face.
And it's actually normally in a basket, but yes, it has sat out on the counter when I come back in. But normally I have a basket that I bring with me that I keep all my personal belongings in, and it's underneath.
And you're not opposed to doing drugs again, from what I'm hearing. Is that what I heard you testify to?
A vape isn't drug. It's like going outside having a cigarette, and as long as he's not vaping
They
in the
have
face.
marijuana vape cartridges, though.
Yeah, well, but then
And those would probably be illegal.
But he didn't ask about Mary Joanna. He asked about a vape, and if he's
You
just
could be getting
vaping,
there, though.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
Well, that and you can't smoke in a lot of, like, there are laws preventing people from smoking inside businesses.
It's his faux hawk. It's a nice one. Again, everything is nitpicking on in this divorce court.
That's how family law is. Everything comes out.
No different than
Everything.
But I wouldn't mind someone had a pack of cigarettes on a shelf. I get my hair cut by guys who use clippers, and it takes 5 minutes. I can
But you're
see.
an adult. Their business is geared towards kids.
Yeah, but they have kids coming in there too. In Denmark, we don't cry if someone has a pack of cigarettes. It's not the big end of the.
I mean, most places around here wouldn't either. The problem here is that they're talking about like him being around the kids, and any interaction he has with kids, negative or positive, is going to be able to come in.
Yeah. That's again, it's divorce court. Everything is a go-to.
I said I wouldn't be opposed to doing shrooms again.
It enchambers, something that enchambers you? Is what I thought I heard you say?
No, I said what it does is it allows me to deal with some of the things that I've done with that happened to me in my past. It's more of a spiritual thing rather than just I'm trying to get messed up.
Okay.
So you're on some sort of spiritual quest to do mushrooms to help out your psychological issues? Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
What am I hearing then?
We all have childhood trauma and things we dealt with when we were younger that don't get brought up in our general day-to-day. And then able to process that. Sometimes you experience things in life. What's a spiritual awakening through AA and NA?
Well, you
What?
It's a spiritual awakening through Alcoholics
They have
Anonymous.
therapy that lets you do this.
We all have a life, yeah, but we don't. You choose to take drugs to assess it, because you could just say, well, I have a good business that makes money. I'll spend those $60 on a therapist. But you choose to do drugs. You choose that's the way you're going to handle your childhood traumas. Why did you do drugs in the first place? Was that to handle childhood trauma? Is it the same slippery slope, just with another substance?
Right.
I don't know. Well, happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Dave.
using drugs to get awakened, I guess is what you're saying.
No, sir.
He bought them. He paid $60.
And
60.
you spend just about every night with Miss Valdez at her place?
Yeah, that's nice.
You call that your home?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
That where you
I
live?
walked in and felt exactly like home.
Is that where you live?
No, I have an address at 2525 Leeville Pike.
Do you pay any of the bills with Miss Valdez?
No, we've discussed it.
Do y'all just have a deal where you bring in shrooms and drugs and things like that, and then you get a motorcycle?
I'm objecting, Your Honor, is being argumentative.
Oh, Judge, that's a fair question. If he's bringing in shrooms to Miss Valdez, you know,
I can
is it one of these deals where
I can almost get 3 cases of Yingling for $60.
you're bringing in shrooms to Miss Valdez and she's buying you a motorcycle or giving you a loan for a motorcycle?
And when Miss Valdez left her house and wasn't allowed to take anything from her own house.
Well, I'm asking a specific
No,
question.
sir. No,
Did
sir.
you swap the shrooms for anything with
No,
the motorcycle?
no, sir. No, sir.
Is there a domestic abuse on your record?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You ever been arrested for domestic assault?
Mm-mm.
You ever been arrested or charged with any assaults?
Mm-mm. No.
Are you on probation in any way right now?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No, sir.
So what would you think that they would say at drug court if they knew you were taking shrooms right now?
They'd probably recommend me to get some classes or do something like that. They'd ask actually, they'd probably ask me what was going on with me and why I was doing it first. And then I would explain it to them. And some people don't understand and don't agree with it. And some people do and don't abuse it. I'm not waking up every morning craving shrooms. You can't abuse it.
I'm sorry,
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. Because you get addicted to the feeling
Yeah.
it gives you.
Oh, and psychedelics and marijuana kills just as much as alcohol because people do stupid shit when they're on that one. Believe you me, I had a friend who did shrooms, and he's now locked up after he tried flying. He couldn't. After he spent a week hiding behind the couch because the dragon that followed him from the woods back and stayed inside his television was chasing him. So he lived a week behind the couch, and then he thought, I'm going to fly out the window because I can fly. So yes, they kill. People get in car accidents every day. It's not
It's not
the same.
necessarily the substance that creates the addiction. It's the feeling you would get with the substance. So like if he's feeling enlightened or happy during that substance, he's going to continue to seek that feeling of happiness and all the good feelings. So it's not necessarily the substance, but
No, and you probably don't get the same shaky shakes as you do with the hard drugs because they alter your brain chemistry. But you can crave that feeling, and I know a lot of weed heads who we're not addicted, man. You can't get addicted, but they stoke up the second they wake up in the morning because it makes me mellow, man.
yeah.
Isn't that an addiction?
Yeah, you get addicted to the feeling.
Yeah, again, I wasn't addicted to cigarettes. I just smoked a pack a day.
Yeah.
It's everything is addictive, especially when you like the state that it puts you in. It's the same with being in love. That's why some people are serial stepper outer because they like the feeling of being in love more than being in a relationship.
You can't abuse drugs?
You can, but it doesn't do anything. If you microdose, it's actually proven to change the way your brain fires. And
You said you had 2 to 3 drinks a night, correct?
2 to 3 drinks every few nights.
2 to 3 drinks every 2 to 3 nights?
3 or 4 nights a week. Yeah.
Okay, so it's 2 or 3 drinks, 3 to 4 nights a week now?
That's what I said originally.
Okay. If Ms. Valdez says more like 5 or 6, then would that be accurate?
Somewhere in there.
Y'all have a drink every night?
What's that?
Y'all drink every night?
No, sir.
You drink when the kids are there, correct?
Because the kids are in bed. If they're there, I don't see the kids, but yes.
You're sleeping in the same, apartment? Or is it a house?
Yes, sir.
House, apartment?
House.
You're sleeping in the same house with these kids every night?
They're not there every night.
It's actually, I found out it's not the nicotine that's my biggest problem. It's the same. I drink a lot of coffee, but if I don't drink coffee, I haven't had coffee today, but it's it's kind of like what I said. When I'm drinking, I need to smoke because it's just your brain has made that connection, and that's what you do. When you're sitting at a bar, you sit with a cigarette. And that's why I know people want to ban vaping because it's bad, but I think it's a good transition out of it because you still have that. You see the smoke come out because I tried doing it with the little Nicorette plastic cigarette, and there was no smoke. I didn't care. Then I started vaping and blowing off the. It really you don't crave it in the same way because your mind has this connection. So yeah.
Well, every night that they're there, are you sleeping with them in the same house? Not with them, but sleeping with the same house.
Majority.
You ever encourage Mrs. Valdez to get a knife?
Yeah.
As the victor and go take home
To be safe.
the effing spoils?
Yeah.
Did you ever post that?
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that?
To be safe. To watch her back. Look what's happening.
You understand what your post said? To the victor comes the effing spoils. Time to get out your knife. That's pretty close.
Be prepared.
Dina, you do you. If
I I can't do cigarette smoke anymore. Because my
No, but-
parents like chain smoked in the car everywhere when I was a kid growing up. Since I've been like away from it though, I can't do the smell. Like the smell just makes me gag.
I think weed smoke is way worse than cigarette smoke,
Yeah. Yeah.
especially when it's that cheap one that just smells. Ugh.
Oh, the one that smells
Absolutely,
like
always be
skunk.
fair.
Bring home the spoils. What spoils are you talking about?
Go out there for victory and win. Like
Win what?
Win live. Win it live. Don't be a victim.
I love these two brainiacs.
The victim of what?
Anything. Anything.
It's like a
at the
discount
judge's face.
Hallmark card.
Look at the judge's face though. He's just like, oh, when is this gonna be over?
Yeah, I've heard so many prison poets in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. Don't have a victim's mentality. Don't be a victim.
Hey, Rob.
Yes,
Are you aware that
absolutely.
she took a knife to the house of Mr. Valdez?
Yeah, I was also where she was backed into a corner and touched on too.
Well, you're aware she took a knife, took your advice, and did that.
She wears a knife to work on Mondays and Fridays too.
Why?
She's out of dark. Look at her. Look how big she is. If somebody's backed you in a corner, wouldn't you protect yourself or tell your daughter to protect herself or your wife? You wouldn't?
And just to be crystal clear, you're testifying you are a barber,
Yes, sir.
master barber,
Yes, sir.
and you cut kids' hair.
Yes, sir.
How many heads of hair do you cut a week over at Giggles and Glam?
Oh, only like 5 or 6. Is that from
Did they know-
noon to 3?
Did they know about your history while you're cutting the kids' hair, the parents?
I'm not opposed to telling.
You're taking shrooms and
I'm not opposed to telling.
you're not opposed
How
to
do you think? How do you think everybody found
You
out?
think that's
about
good for
my
business?
history? Absolutely.
He's saying he's not
Somebody's coming back,
opposed or
that's a
not
3% chance of coming
supposed
back.
to.
He's not opposed.
Okay. It sounded like you were saying I'm not supposed to tell them. And I was like, wait, what? He is something else. You're just going around telling everyone you did shrooms?
Yeah. Again, it's stupid arguments, but he's a divorce lawyer. They do stupid arguments.
Well, yeah.
I did mushrooms last week.
Am I shooting dope behind a trash can? No, sir. Am I stealing it? Am I lying? Am I cheating? No. No, I'm not afraid to tell anybody what I've went through and what I've went through and where I'm at.
Nothing further.
Just real quick, when you said that you were having a few drinks while you were at Miss Valdez's home, are you ever so inebriated that you can't help if anything?
Object to the leading question.
How intoxicated do you get when you're at Miss
The
Valdez's
rule on
home?
your objection sustained. Go ahead.
How intoxicated do you get when you're at Miss Valdez's home?
I mean, it's 3 or 4 beers. It's not very intoxicated at all. I can coherently do anything I do generally. I can cut hair. I can talk. I can write. I can do math, calculus. I mean, like.
I don't want you near my head with clippers or scissors while you've been drinking.
Jess, how
How?
strong is Corona beer? Can you ride when you had 3 or 4 beers?
No, probably not. It's a pretty much average beer. It's not usually light. I mean, it's a lighter beer than some, but like it's gonna get you over that legal limit very easily.
Yeah, 3 or 4 beers are child's play. But again, we have this little stupid thing called the law, and I'm pretty sure 3 or 4 beers would put you over, because back in the day, we said you can drive on 2 beers when it was 0.08 in Denmark. Now it's 0.05, so it's 1 beer.
I don't get inebriated at all. It's not inebriation.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Well, not very intoxicated, but you are intoxicated.
At my home?
Well, if you're calling Miss Valdez's home your home, yes.
Yeah, at home, yes. I'm not driving. I'm not putting kids in car. I'm not.
You're missing my
I'm not
point.
even interacting with kids.
You're not very intoxicated, but you are intoxicated, is what your testimony is today with the children in the home, Miss Valdez.
As intoxicated as 3 or 4 beers will get you.
Nothing further.
You testified a moment ago that you had been sober for 5 years.
beer.
So what is your definition of sobriety?
Everybody's recovery is a little bit different. For me, alcohol was never a problem. Mushrooms was never a problem. Marijuana was never a problem. I don't smoke marijuana. My qualities as an addict are not bad qualities. It's just where are they focused? It's a perseverance and a drive to chase something and to go further and to be better. But at one point, that's not what it was. It was chasing that drug and that high all the time.
Well, now, you testified about your extensive background in your criminal history, and obviously you've been through quite a few different situations, went to prison or jail for a period of time, I think.
Corona is
Did
Corona.
you cause you any concern about
Yeah.
introducing, you realize mushrooms, whether they're legal in another state or not, they're
Right.
patently illegal in the state of Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Did it cause you any concern or have any misgivings about introducing mushrooms into Ms. Valdez or her home?
I think the biggest concern is that I don't want to get anybody in legal trouble, myself included, or
But
what I mean,
you
possessing
brought
them.
illegal substances into her home.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's my cause of concern. If I had any cause of concern about it, is that I was.
All right, thank you. You may sit down. You may call your next witness.
That's all I have for my motion, Your Honor.
Ms. Valdez, Your Honor.
Ms. Valdez, come around, please.
Let's listen to Mr. Bader.
You are Vincent Valdez, correct?
Yes.
You're married to Mrs. Valdez over here, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
11 and a half years. It'll be 12 years in January.
Did you want this divorce and the separation?
No.
Did you make that plain to her?
Yes.
How so?
That's one of the reasons I think Leah left that week, is just because every day I was trying to talk to her. And me and Leah's history is very religious. We met at Bible college. She was in the mission field, beginning of our relationship. I played for a worship leader. We were both in ministry at different times. I say that to say, after I found out about the affair, I asked her if she would be willing to give Jesus a chance in our marriage, because I know that God can heal marriages. And
Don't make a threesome with Jesus. Don't blame him.
and she said no. And I did numerous things that week to try to get her to see that it's best for our family to stay together, because Leah was a good mother. She is right when she says that she was a good mother, but her actions lately have been manic and completely upside down. Like, I don't even recognize the person that I see.
So you're testifying you feel like there's some sort of transformation with her right now?
Yes. I mean, it's whether it's mental, spiritual, or everything. I mean, like, you can ask employees, people who know her, who have distanced themselves from her, the way she talks. Leah, I think I can count on one hand how many times Leah cussed our entire marriage. And the person I see now is a completely different person. That's why I'm concerned about my children. That's why I'm concerned about them being there.
How old are you?
I am 34.
How old is she?
35.
What's your current address?
1004 Sycamore Ridge, East.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Burns, Tennessee, 37029.
And how long have you lived there?
About a little over 2 years.
All right. And is this a home that you always shared with Ms. Valdez?
Yes, we bought it together. And up until August, we lived there together.
Okay. And how many children do you have?
We have 3.
Oh.
Aw, thanks, Jen.
Yeah. Isn't it nice having someone on who's not as mean as Jamie? It's
I mean,
so
I
nice.
can be. I just
Don't do that.
don't do it.
I'm gonna make myself something. I'm a little hungry. I'll be right back.
And what are their ages?
River is 8, Noble is 6, and Sage is 2.
Are they able to get on the internet? Do you know? The 8-year-old?
They can get on the internet. We don't really allow that. I'm assuming you're referencing this photo shoot. My main concern is not them right now, but there's been plenty of cases where high school peers bully other kids by showing them, hey, look what I saw about your mom. Like, this is your mom. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to see photos of my mom like that. I mean, that's at the very least, that's therapy. I mean, there's been kids that have killed themselves over stuff like that.
Do you, this home that's there now, the two of you own that home, correct?
Yes.
This business, Giggles and Glam, how is that set up?
It's 50-50. We're both 50-50 owners of it.
Is it an incorporation?
We started a holdings company.
Okay.
And then
what's the name of the holdings company?
Valdez Holdings.
Okay. And it was a 50-50 in the holdings company?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else in the holdings company?
No, just Giggles and Glam.
All right. So being a 50% owner of the business of Giggles and Glam, are there concerns that you have about the current management?
Absolutely.
Of Mrs. Valdez?
Absolutely.
Tell us what you're concerned
We have
about.
lost almost half of our staff. I found this out afterwards because they started reaching out to me. She's recommending business to a competitor, her boyfriend. Not only that, but her current behavior in using our business credit card to better her boyfriend's business. Now I know that it's her business as well, could put our business in jeopardy. And when I took that money, I told her that, and I let her know that. I can go into that if you want, but when I took that money, I sent her a text. You have a screenshot of it, and it said, "I'm taking $5,000." And I said, if this affects our payroll for any of our employees, I'd be more than happy to help with that, with the exception of your boyfriend. I'd be more than happy to help with the business credit card payments, with the exception of these personal charges I see you're putting on there. All I ask for is profit and loss statements and records to back it. I'd be more than happy to help. But that's when she started threatening me and sending me, voice memos and stuff like that.
Okay. And here, I do want to play for you a voice recording and ask you if you recognize that recording.
How the fuck would the business go under when I am running it the same as I always have been? You obtuse motherfucker. Do you understand me? If you want to start a fucking war with me, start a war with me, Vince. I can contact Donna today. I can get a restraining order against you today. You will never see the kids again. I will tell them how mentally and emotionally abusive you've been, how I feared for my life when I was living in the house with you, and that's why I got a rental so soon. You will never see the kids again. I will take alimony from you. I will take $900 a month in child support away from you. I will also take your retirement account in order to support myself. So if you want to run this shit, run it. If you want to start a war, start it. Because I swear to fucking God, Vince, I've been very patient with you. I have been very kind with you. But if you are going to leverage the business that I fucking built and that I know how to run, and you know two shits about running it, do it, Vince. I'm giving you an hour to redeposit that money. And if you do not fucking redeposit that money, I'm calling into the cops. I'm putting a restraining order on you, and I'm calling Donna and telling her to redraft MDA where I get 100% custody of the kids. And I swear to you, Vince, if there is a restraining order on file against you where I have felt unsafe for my life and threatened by you, which I do, you will never see the fucking kids again. You can move to Texas all you want at that point because you will never get them again. Do you understand me? I will move heaven and earth to take you down in this divorce if this is the shit you decide to play. You have 1 hour to deposit that money, or I swear to fucking God, Vince, I'm calling the cops and telling them how unsafe I feel around you and how mentally and emotionally abusive you've been and how you pushed me up against the wall in the bathroom my last day in that house, and I had to tell you to get off me 3 times. Do you want to be arrested in front of your kids, Vince? Because that I can make that happen. Watch me.
Well, that was the perfect time to come back.
Apparently.
And too bad Jamie isn't here because I'm having shrimp cheese. On
Such
deck
a
with
weird thing.
No, it's good. And salty and delicious.
Who was that on that recording?
That was Leah, my wife.
Okay. And when did she tell you she was having an affair?
I found out, and she didn't tell me at first. She gave me the divorce papers on a Sunday. I found out on a Tuesday from my brother. And when I asked her, she did tell me she was having an affair. And then by that Saturday, she had moved out.
You know, she's saying you gave her like an hour to get out and all that kind of stuff. Can you explain to the court your side of that?
No, it's a melted cheese. That's not cream cheese. I hate cream cheese. Melted cheese is better.
Yeah,
that is
different.
I hate it.
Why? What about it?
It tastes disgusting. It feels disgusting when you eat it. It's just the worst in the world.
Okay.
This is good. This is salty and delicious. The other one is bitter and ugh.
I have never had cream cheese that tasted bitter.
I hate it.
Where are you getting your cream cheese?
But I don't. It's just weird. It's not a cheese. It's weird. It's
Okay.
it's like we have something called piquant, where they put all kinds of herbs and spices in it, and my dad loved to put that in chicken breasts. I had to sit there and dig it out because it was ugh.
I seriously wonder if you've just not tried the right kind of cream cheese.
It's the same when I say I don't like potato salad. You haven't tried mine. No, and I will not like that. I don't like creme fraiche. So
who makes it with creme fraiche? It's usually made with like mayo.
It's the same.
Here.
I hate it.
Okay.
No, I don't like any sour cream. I hate sour cream. It's nasty.
The week I got back, well, I should say, my best friend from Bible school had just taken his life, so I went down to Dallas for the funeral for that. The week I got back, I noticed that Leah was kind of cold to me, and we were getting into small tiffs, but she wasn't talking to me. That Friday, she had told me she wasn't in love with me anymore, and I was completely blindsided. Leah's always had a very high, strong value for marriage and family, and I also didn't know she was having an affair. But I said, well.
Happy birthday, Donna T. And yes, fuck the big C. And see you next year at your birthday because we can't. You're like weed. You won't. Well, not the smoking kind. The one you try to kill with Roundup. You don't go that easy.
If I was like, well, I want to fight for our marriage. You know, we have a lot to fight for. Do you want to fight for our marriage? And she said, I don't know. At the time, I had a lot of trust in my mother-in-law. So I said, I think it's best then for you to go to your mom's house until you figure out if you want to fight for our marriage. You know, if you will go there, she will ask you, is he abusing you? Is he cheating on you? And the answers are no. And she'll tell you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, woman is having midlife crisis, had been with this dude who is like ultra religious, like think ultra religious, the most religious person you know. She ends up going and finding a bad boy who's a felon and has lots of misdemeanors and a recovering drug addict, and decides she wants to leave super religious husband for said bad boy, and then starts using her business funds to pay for things for bad boy.
She found him on Facebook Marketplace.
Oh yes, that's right. And she found him on Facebook Marketplace looking for a couch or a chair.
She was selling a chair from her barber salon.
Oh, there we go.
No, he is ultra religious. Doesn't make him a good or a bad guy.
No.
He's also the most beta guy we ever seen in a chair. So
We come back and we will work this out. And I said, I'm gonna go get dinner. I think it'd be best for you to go to your mom's house when I get back. I did not want her to leave permanently. I wanted to, I did not know about the affair. I was trying to just wake her up because this doesn't seem like the person I married. But she did come back Sunday and then she stayed again until that Saturday. And that's when she left. And that was against my wishes. I didn't want her to leave.
Did you threaten her or do anything physical to her in that time frame? What's she talking about?
Not our accounts again are different on that. What happened when it comes to that bathroom thing. Leah had been coming for a week and just cook. She would cook and leave. And then on a Friday, she came and cooked and stayed and ate with us. And at the time, I still wanted reconciliation on our marriage, even though she was having an affair. We were joking with each other. She was laughing. We went to the bathroom. She was putting something away. And I was making her laugh. And I made a move to give her a hug, a kiss, whatever she would let me do. And she put her hand up and said, no. Our daughter was not standing right behind us. She was not looking at us. She was in the next room on an iPad, but she was not behind us. And when she said no, I said, I'm sorry. I said, I don't want to push you away. And I said, are we okay? Actually, I asked her, I think twice. I was like, are we okay? And she's like, yeah, we're okay. 20 minutes go by. I'm playing with the kids. And she goes out and gets on the phone. I assumed it was her boyfriend, and now I know it is. As soon as she came in, completely different person, yelling at me, saying she's never coming back. And, you know, that's my account of that story.
And at that point, she left?
Yes.
And now, instead of her mother's, where do we know she went?
Well, she was living. She was still sleeping at her new house. But I have never been physical with Leah in any way. I've never been violent towards her or sexually forceful towards her at any point. You know, again, our story is not this today. Me and Leah waited till marriage to have sex. Like our lives is not this. And the person that is here today is not the person that I've known for the last 15 years.
Is that a concern for her and your children right now?
Yes. I mean, the fact that she's letting a guy who just said he's willing to take more mushrooms around our children is extremely concerning. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I've never smoked weed. I'll take a drug test right now if you want me to. I do not want my kids around that man. I don't. And as long as Leah is going to live this lifestyle, I am going to fight for as much custody of those kids as I can.
Where's that $10,000 at? I mean, you said you gave $5 back. Where's the other $5?
It's back. It's actually there. Got there this morning.
Based on the restraining order, sent that $5,000 back. Correct?
Yes.
And what was your position on this whole $10,000 to begin?
Well, I actually meant to take $5,000. I initiated a withdrawal from Venmo and it didn't work. And then so I used my bank and they both went through. I sent a text to Leah. I have the screenshots for that saying, hey, I actually took $10,000. I'm sending $5,000 back. The next day she still filed for $10,000 saying that I took $10,000, but I did return $5,000. The only reason I took that money is to establish that this business is 50-50. And whatever she wants to say about running the business, that's fine. But that's because I trusted her. Just like she trusted me to do my job, I trusted her. We're 50-50 owners of it. And now I don't trust her, especially with her throwing money at her boyfriend and then also, building another business that's a competitor to the business that we own. We're 1 year into a 10-year loan. The loan payments are like crazy high because of interest rates. If that business goes under, I cannot afford it. I do not want that business to go under. I know that she and her boyfriend have testified, Leah and her boyfriend have testified that I'm trying to take the business down, but how would that benefit me? I would go bankrupt.
What are your concerns with Mr. Wild and Walden at the business?
Well, he's already run off 3 employees. So that's a concern right there.
3 employees?
Yeah. And then on top of that, you know, it's just not professional. Leah is completely blinded by this man. We do have a status quo at the salon that the girls have to keep up with a certain type of appearance. We are talking about a little kid salon where they do princess makeovers and, you know, they do birthday parties in the back and stuff like that. The reason I didn't come around the business that much is because I'm not the face of little kid salon. Especially this man that she's with comes in with Crocs, a tank top that you can see his nipples through, and a vape machine. I don't think that's good for business, especially at a kid salon. Leah is completely blinded by this man. He's completely taken advantage of her.
Are you asking the court to reconsider, you know, these business funds? You know, she's getting $5,000 a day and have it under some sort of security for you?
Well, right now, Leah has closed down, or she's moved all of our business funds to accounts with just her name on it, which I haven't even approached because the kids have been my number one priority. But legally, she can't keep me from the profits of our business. We're both 50-50 owners of it. But right now, I just have kind of let it slide. But to answer your question, I guess, sorry, what are you asking?
Well, my question is, are you concerned about her new lifestyle and her management with this business?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how so?
Well, she's careless. I mean, she's given me like, you know, crazy amounts of like stuff to use in court because she's so careless. She's being careless with me. She's been careless with the kids. She has proved over the last month and a half that the kids' safety, health, and happiness is not her top priority. It might be a priority, but it is not her top priority.
So the kids, you've heard me talk about and ask her during that time frame of 33 days. You know, what's your testimony as to how long you had how many nights you had the children?
I've counted. Every time they come to my house, I have a note on my phone and I put down the dates. So how you got to that number is that's what I gave you. I gave you the dates that they were with me. Last Saturday, or this past weekend, she asked me, she usually is supposed to have them on Saturdays. This past weekend, she asked me to take them because she was going on a trip with a boyfriend. Saturday before that, she asked me to take them. She's also asked me to take them this coming up Saturday as well. And she asked me to take them tomorrow, which is supposed to be her day, because she was going on some kind of trip, but I guess that got canceled. Every time she asks me, I always say yes, because I don't want them over there. And I have never asked her to take our kids, you know, when I'm supposed to be having them.
Can you give the court a ballpark figure how many days, you know, you actually have had them out of those 33 days?
26 is what we came up with my notes.
So 26 of the 33 days they were with you.
Yes.
Can you care for the children?
Yes, and I have been.
How do you care for them?
I'll walk you through a day. I wake up. Sage, our 2-year-old, usually wakes up first. If it's really early, I'll kind of lay with him for a little bit, like on the couch, and let him sleep a little longer. Get the kids up at around 6:30. Make their lunch for school. Make their breakfast. We drive to school. I pray overnight.
Now, where's the school?
The school is in Kingston Springs.
And who did that?
Leah did.
And when did she do that?
It was like the week that she moved out. I've been homeschooled my entire life. I don't know anything about, you know, the legalities of school. And she told me she was signing them up for school, and I didn't know like what my rights were and stuff like that. I just knew she wasn't homeschooling anymore. So I was like, okay, I guess they're going to be in school now. I did think it was too much too soon. I mean, they've been homeschooled their whole lives, and they are having problems at school. And I can get into that, but I drive them to school, usually pray on the way to school, I drop them off. And then I have Sage, our 2-year-old, during the day. You know, he's 2, so it's just a lot of playing and changing diapers and throwing fits.
And you're capable of handling all that?
Yeah. And when we first got married, I was actually stay-at-home dad with our oldest, because Leah was like the career person. So I'm one of 5 kids. I was homeschooled, and my younger siblings are quite younger than me. So I've been around kids a lot. But obviously, I don't wish to be a single dad, but I do think right now it's the best thing for our children.
Maybe he should get
that doorbell video. You know, she testified about some things that maybe you were saying or whatnot. Can you tell the court about your side of that story?
Yeah, Leah said that I think the way she said it is I just went in there and just said what I wanted to say. That's not true. We sat down before we talked to the kids. I talked to 2 different counselors. How do you talk to kids about divorce? And they both told me the same thing. You need to be honest with them.
I'm an objector on our hearsay.
Well, its objection is to hearsay, Mr. Hawley.
I think it's kind of non-hearsay. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This stuff is showing what he's done.
I don't believe it is being offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's more showing why he took certain action and why he took certain attitudes. Over.
The counselors told me to be honest with the kids, to say it in a way that they would understand it, to say, mommy and daddy are having issues. When mommies and daddies have issues, we have to take turns with kids, because kids understand taking turns. And me and mommy both love you. We're going to be okay as a family. But right now, this is what we have to do. And I ran it by Leah before we did it, because she wanted to lie to them. And and not tell them the truth. And I said, this is what the counselors say. And she agreed to it. And then when we did do it, our oldest did, have a huge episode. He went up to his stairs, locked himself in his room and said, I don't want this. And he told me, Daddy, I'd rather be homeless than our family be torn apart. And then you saw him crying in the driveway. But I did not do anything that was, just off the top of my head. I told Leah before we had the conversation, that was one of the last times I said,
What? I'm not taking the niblets out. YouTube wouldn't allow it, and I don't have any testicular tape I can put on. I had to cover a case in Denmark once where she had nipple tape on, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought it was Band-Aid she had on her, but because they found pieces of the tape she had on her niblets, and I couldn't figure out what that was called. That was a weird, and I think I made like 10 videos, and I never really found out what it's called. I thought it was something, not the one you used to cover it with, but something special, like kind of like when you're breastfeeding, you can put some pads on. Yeah.
And I said, Leah, is there any pathway towards reconciliation? Because I would rather cut my foot off right now than have this conversation with our kid.
Who's drunk? The one who got unalived? Yeah. And she ended up in 247 pieces.
I was not trying to hurt them. This entire time, I've been trying to protect our children from the trauma that is inevitable.
Where do you work?
I work for a running shoe company called Ultra. It's owned by VF, Vanity Fair. They own like the North Face, Smartwool, JanSport.
What's your job title?
I'm a sales rep. I'm in charge of Tennessee, Kentucky, and like half of Mississippi.
What would you say your monthly income is?
On the calculations we did, the form
This is a divorce case, children's rights.
that you made me fill out, I think the gross was like $7,500 a month, but net was like $5,500 a month. After all expenses and all the medical expenses and all the deductions, like my take home at the end of the month is like $300 something, like that actually is not counted for. That's including the mortgage that I've been paying by myself now.
Are you capable of caring for the children? If the judge allows you to be the primary parent, you asking for that. Are you capable of caring for the children under your schedule?
Yes. I did want to make one point as well, going back from earlier. I have not, besides that money I took out a few weeks ago, that was targeted. It wasn't just me doing something out of nowhere. I have not seen profits from our business.
Some weirdo who was caught on camera, and then when they found him, he had installed an aftermarket GPS system to his car so he could switch it off, because apparently he used to ride around. It's a city in Denmark called Aalborg, and there's a party street there. I was right after the second lockdown was over, and they could follow him because the system, even if it was shut down, didn't shut off completely. So they could see all the way he had driven that night. And he was a guy who claimed that this lady got so moist when she heard about his time in the military, she wanted to offer him some payment for the ride home, and then fell over outside in a wood, and her purse string got stuck on a tree, and that broke her neck. And then instead of taking her or calling the EMTs, he took her home and put her in the bed, and he made her into little pieces. Dropped it in a wood. Yeah, I've told this story before. You should watch the show.
I usually do. I don't remember the story.
It's a young girl who is out drinking with her girlfriends, and around 5, 6 in the morning when the bar closes, she leaves. That street, it's called Virgin.
Like red light district?
No, it's a Virgin Anne Street. It's just bars and clubs. It's a place where every Danish person have been drinking at some point, and probably most Norwegians and Swedes as well. She goes down it, turns left. At the end of it there's a casino, and then you can go left and you go to a main thoroughfare in that city. She goes and stands by a bus stop, but she's only dressed in like a small like a tube top or something, and it's in February after we ended the second lockdowns, and a red car stops, and then I think 2 days later they find her pieces strewn around in the woods, and some of it was buried, and they found this guy rather quickly because they had the car. Well, they had that car at the bus stop, and when they started looking, because at the casino, they caught him passing by the street multiple times, and
He was looking for a victim.
yeah, and he then claimed that he took her up and wanted to drive her home, and they went out to there's a football stadium, and she gave him a mouth hug out there because she was. That's what ladies like to do when they are very drunk and going home from the city, and then they started driving. There's like a river going through that city, so they crossed the river, and I think she lived south of the city. This is north of the city. Goes up there, and he starts talking about when he used to be a sergeant on the army base that's right outside that city as well. So they drove past that, and when she saw that army base, ladies like a man in a uniform or a man who have been in a uniform. So she said, "Could we please go somewhere?" No, she didn't mouth hug him at the stadium. They go out somewhere, and she starts mouth hugging him and really want to have smexy time. But as it happens, it was a little quick. So they get back in the car and drives into a wood. And then he says, "Well, okay, now we can have smexy time." And then she runs into the wood because there's nothing more smexual than 2-3 degrees and having smecks on the bare earth. But she runs out and sadly trips over, and her purse string gets stuck on a tree, and it snaps her neck. She's laying there saying weird noises, and because he used to be a sergeant, he knows first aid. So instead of calling the EMT, which you should always do, especially if it's neck related, you don't touch them. He thinks, "I'm just going to drive her to the hospital. It's way easier than getting the ambulance out here." So he starts driving towards the hospital. Not quite the right direction to the hospital, but he might not, even though he lived in that city his entire life, know the way to the hospital. And at some point, she makes a noise, and then he thinks she's gone. Drives her home, put her in his bed, where she then passes away, and he takes her into the garage and thinks, this is a big problem. So he goes to work the next day, comes home, takes half a day at work, I believe, visits 2 or 3 hardware stores, gets some saw blades and stuff you need, tries to use some acid. I think it's 237 or 247 pieces he puts her into, but he gets a bit
That
lazy.
sounds messy.
Yeah, probably wasn't a nice sight to come out to. But then he thinks, what do I do? Let's drive out in the woods with her and then bury her. But burying people is hard work. So he makes a few holes, drops some of it, and then he just tosses the rest on the ground. And the cadaver dogs find her very easily. So, but they had a big problem because they never found her. I don't think they found her hands. So they couldn't.
ID her.
Yeah, well, but they knew it was her. So that he couldn't help it that this lady really wanted to smack him. I know how it is. You can't keep ladies away from you, and then they break their neck. That's yeah. He got life in prison. One of the few people in Denmark who have gotten that.
I bet.
So, yeah. Yeah, she just put her in a suitcase. Way easier.
Are you ready for her sentencing on Monday?
Tuesday.
No, Monday.
Monday, yes, Monday. Well,
although it might be Tuesday for I don't know how that works because it's 1:30 p.m. here.
Yeah, that'll be 7:30 p.m. my time. But we also might be starting something up Monday.
Oh.
That you sent me to do
Oh,
that.
okay. Yep.
You have the same problem, isn't it?
Walmart,
It's
everyone's gonna hate them.
some guys just have too much sexuality in them. Yes, Sarah Boone will get sentenced Monday. So, but Monday morning, another case starts out of South Carolina, and if that's
Yeah, that's
if
a good
that's
one where everyone can just hate the defendant.
yeah, if that's televised, we're gonna do that because I need a case where we just hate the defendant.
Yeah.
But we'll probably talk about that tomorrow because there's some phone calls. Why does it happen to me, honey? Because bad thing happens to good people.
I heard that.
Yeah.
It was just like, yep, this is gonna be a good one where everyone can just hate the defendant.
We're never going to end this today, I think. What is it with German Bavaria one with Brühe und Senf?
Huh?
I think you're talking about a German sausage with Brötchen, maybe, und Senf. That's
Only
bread
German I
and mustard.
remember is Sprechen Sie Deutsch, which is about it.
Yeah. What is it with German Bavaria? Bavaria is a part of Germany where they make a lot of beer, but that's down where they have the Oktoberfest. But
Sarah gonna take.
but you would probably say Wurst mit Brötchen und Senf. Will Sarah get a teardrop tattoo? Yes,
I
on the
kinda hope
tuna
so.
can.
Do you think? I think she's gonna make a statement, and I think it's gonna be interesting.
You talked a lot about that one, if we were going to cover that, but 25 years. He must have done it.
Wow.
They make great pretzels too. I never had a pretzel.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Never had a bagel, never had a pretzel.
Pretzels are awesome, especially fresh, like fresh made pretzels.
Yeah. If you say Brötchen in Bavaria, they're going to deport you to Hamburg. Well, I do live nearer Hamburg than I do Bavaria.
So
that Leah is living off of since June profits. So July, August, and then now Leah has seen 100% of those profits of the business that we both own.
You feel like that's going to pay for motorcycle?
Well, it's definitely not hurting. I mean, she seems to be taking out a lot of debt, which again proves carelessness. I think she just thinks that we're going to get divorced in 30 days and she's going to get a bunch of money so she can pay all this stuff off. But, you know, I think giving almost $4,000 to a man and also planning your whole life around a man you've known for 2 months with the history that he has is very careless.
Have you learned now that when your kids are there, he's spending the night? Did you know that?
No, well, I figured because he posts photos of her house and it's at night and it's when the kids are there. So I guess, yeah, the answer is yes, I knew. Wasn't happy about it.
What concerns does that cause you?
Well, if it tells you anything.
Sarah Boone will get Baker's name tattooed on her sweet spot. A boy can only dream. But
Wonder what will happen with her girlfriend now.
no, she's out. She was in court.
Well, no, I know the girlfriend was out and in court, but like, are they gonna stay together? Because Sarah's going away for life, like more than likely, or at least probably the rest of her life.
Yeah, she's gonna get a new prison. She's probably hoarding some cheese so she can pay for a girlfriend.
Probably.
You can play.
Me and Leah, up until, you know, well, I'm still this way, but we have not been sleepover parents. We don't let our kids go to other kids' house. We are very, very,
sound boring.
Very protective of our children.
Yeah, I can understand it to a certain extent.
You know, earlier, even this year, you know, we as you do when you're talking to your spouse, you know, Leah would say things like, you know, if something ever happened to you, I don't think I would get remarried while the kids are in the house because I wouldn't trust any other man around our kids. And now she's choosing this man to potentially trust around our kids. And again, that just, to me, it shows a complete change in, you know, moral character. The only things I know about him is what I've learned today. He has a history of, you know, not a great history. He is okay with smoking in the car that my kids drive in, and his moral compass is broken because he's knowingly sleeping with a married woman. And to me, as a father, that's enough for me to say, I don't want my kids around you.
I'll show you a video and ask you if you recognize this. It's a video with your wife.
Wasting all your
I'm just gonna mute that because
That's probably fair. Oh,
Yeah.
it's also got the kids too. I think it's the one of the kids dancing,
yeah.
which would make sense to block it out.
Bum ba-dum bum bum. Bum ba-dum bum.
I don't see what the point is that we're trying to make here. We've already talked about the videos. We know that she took them. They don't have anything related to the kids or the business.
Is the relevance, Mr. Holly?
The relevance is the kids, as he testified to, old enough to get on the internet, they're old enough
Oh,
to see
it's
this.
the
Other kids are definitely
bourgeois.
old enough to get on the internet, and old enough
The
to see
music
this.
that she-
This was, he will testify and connect this up, that this was taken off of the internet. This is where people can go and see that are proposing to do business with Giggles and Glam, the manager of Giggles and Glam, with this type of activity
Well, I liked it better. He was a little more perky than Sarah Boone.
going on. And it's not conducive for that type of business. And the funds that she spent on this, she testified she spent approximately $2,800. But yet, when we start to add some of this math up like we're going to do, none of that adds up unless you take the profits of Giggles and Glam, which is half his, to do this type of activity.
I want to overrule the objection because under 366106, as far as the determining the primary residential parent status, which is what I'm having to decide today, numbers 8 of those factors that are set forth is the moral, physical, mental, and emotional fitness of each parent as it relates to their ability to parent the child. I'm not saying that I concur with what Mr. Holly is arguing as far as this goes, but he has every right to present the evidence that he thinks is relevant, and under that statutory guideline, it would be relevant, at least on that factor. Again, not stating that I agree that that is a significant or compelling, but I am allowing him to present his evidence. Overrule the objection, Mr. Holly.
Yes.
Can I state that Leah said that was on TikTok? It's on Instagram and Facebook as well. It's not private. I didn't know she was going to do that ahead of time because I have access to her email and she knows that. I told her about it. I asked her.
That's a joint email, correct?
Well, yes. I mean, Leah's, the Valley Cleaning Service and Valdez Holdings are both, Valdez Holdings especially, but both set up underneath my Apple ID, saving passwords to my Apple ID. Also, my personal email is a backup for the Valley Cleaning Service. I only know that because when she changes her email, I can see it, and they ask me, is it okay that this email has been changed? So they are connected. But when this photo shoot happened, I asked her, could you please keep this private? I know you're going to do it, and I know you're probably going to hand it to your boyfriend, which I'm not happy about. But can you please keep this private for the safety of our children? Don't let the studio post those publicly because I don't want our kids seeing this in the future. And obviously, she did not listen to me.
You saw that post that I introduced earlier where Mr. Waldem had said, get the knives out, time for war.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you take that as a threat?
Well, definitely didn't make me feel good, but yeah, I don't know him. And what I do know of him, obviously, when something like that is posted, it doesn't usually make you feel good, especially when with Leah's.
Do you know what makes me feel good? Bustin' make me feel good.
The judge's face is so over this and so over the two of them.
He just wants them to please shut up so he can make it as. We're not even halfway there. I'm not sure we're gonna finish this. Well, it's how long is it in total? 4 hours, and we've been going for.
Yeah, I do have to drop so that way I can head out to family and everything.
But I'm gonna run this down,
chat.
the first part of it, and then I'm gonna take my lunch break, and then I'll be back and let's see what I'm gonna bake the cookies, if nothing else.
Sounds good. I will see everyone in chat, and don't forget we have craft night tomorrow night. I think tomorrow's is scheduled at 4, if I remember correctly, but I will confirm and put it in chat.
That's good.
Everyone have a good Thanksgiving, and I'll see you in chat.
Have a wonderful Thanksgiving and overeat and have all the stomach aches you can have.
I know, I can't wait for food. Have a good
Bye.
one, guys.
Erratic behavior lately. When she came to the house with the cops, she told me she was coming to the house, and I asked her, would you please come tomorrow morning because our kids are here and I don't want them to experience this. And she didn't listen to me, which to me again proves that health, safety, and happiness of our children is not her top priority. And when she came, the officers, I forgot what it's called, a civil.
I'm still going.
Something. They told me it's usually used for the spouse.
Great thing. Yeah, never drink and drive. The life you could save could be one of us.
To come and get clothing, articles, things that are necessities. And when Leah came, all she was looking for.
Well, I will take a lunch break and then I will come back. We'll start out by baking the cookies and then we'll come back and watch the rest of it. There's like most replay. Yeah, we're gonna end his testimony. That's another 20 minutes, and then we have like 2 hours left, so we can do that. It's Thanksgiving. I have nowhere else to be, and it gives someone, if they have no friends to hang out with, a place to be. So just gonna set up a stream so we can come back and do it.
For was guns. She wanted my guns in the house, and she left empty-handed. But because when she tried to pick them up, the officers were like, no.
So she didn't. Well, what did she ask for specifically when she was in the house?
She came in the house. First thing she went for is I have a vault next to my bed with a little key, little number thing so the kids can't get into it. She tried opening it, but I had changed the combination because I assumed that she was going to do this, which I think is crazy because like first thing about I am around police a lot just because of hobbies and stuff like that. But first thing, number one rule around police is don't grab a loaded weapon and brandish it in front of police. But luckily she couldn't get into it. So she just picked up the whole vault and started to walk out. And I said, you can't take that. It's registered to me. And the officers were like, yeah, no. And then she's like, okay, well, where's your AR-15? And so she went to go look for my AR-15. And she was only looking for guns when she came to the house, which is extremely concerning for me. There's multiple reasons why you would do that, but none of them are good.
My pleasure.
I mean, did she want any of your kids' stuff? She want any of her clothes?
No, you saw in the video, Noble went up to her to hug her. It's like Leah couldn't even see Noble. She walked right past her. Noble, our daughter, our 6-year-old.
What have you witnessed as far as the separation goes with the children, the younger ones like that? Has it been hard on them? And if so, how?
Yeah, it's in different ways. The most visible is our oldest, our 8-year-old. Every week he asks me like why me and mommy can't be together. And you gotta know like their whole lives they've been homeschooled. If they get sick or like they're having a rough day, they just relax with mommy. But they've been majority with me. And when, our daughter's having a hard time in school, we had a parent-teacher conference last week, and they told us that Noble's been crying a lot at school. She's just not used to it. And there's so much change. I have to think it's extremely exhausting to go from being homeschooled to now you're in school, and now you're going to daddy's house. And then, is mommy coming tomorrow? I don't know. They asked me that today. Are we going to be with mommy Saturday? I don't know. Like, I don't say that, but in my mind, I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, depends on if she has plans with her boyfriend or not. Obviously, I'm not gonna say that to my kids, but it's exhausting for them. Our 2-year-old can't sleep at her house unless he's sleeping with his older brother because he's not used to it. There was times when our 8-year-old and 6-year-old went on a camping trip with her grandpa, and she gave me our 2-year-old on days when I normally wouldn't have him because he can't sleep at her house. He's used to sleeping at our house.
That was during the separation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So today you're asking the court to allow you to be the primary parent,
yes.
Be in control of the children, right?
Yes.
And to let her have a reasonable visitation.
Yeah.
Something around every other weekend or something of that nature.
Yes.
And quite frankly, that's about all she's been doing, correct? According to your testimony.
Well, I mean, it's off and on. I mean, it's not consistent. The weekends are, Saturday specifically have been the day where she usually passes them off to me.
And when she does pass them off to you, does she tell you what she's doing?
Well, I asked her, she was supposed to go somewhere tomorrow, and she asked if I could take the kids. And that's the first time I asked, because every time I try to delve into her life at all, she just gets mad at me, or she sends me a threatening text or something. But the first time I did ask was about tomorrow, and I was like, well, where are you going tomorrow? And she's like, that's none of your business. And so I'm like, okay, I'll take the kids. Like,
are you asking to have no contact with Mr. Wilden?
Absolutely.
You asking for mom to take a drug test?
Yes.
You think there's more to it than just what she's testified to?
I don't know. I mean, Leah's always, up until recently, always been very truthful, but I know that she's lied a lot about stuff. She wasn't even honest, with our lawyer about the affair until pretty far in. And when she did admit to it, it was like, oh, I slept.
Yeah, it's divorce court.
With this guy once, and it was after we were separated, and that's not true at all. So if she's admitting to taking, mushrooms once, how do I know that's the truth? So
you're asking for mom not to be able to drink alcohol or use illegal narcotics while on her visitations?
I think that's a pretty simple thing to do around kids, is not to drink alcohol. I mean, unless you're an alcoholic, you cannot drink alcohol when you're with the kids.
She's already agreed to the...
Laura, the day ain't over yet.
possession of the marital residence.
I also don't want our kids coming home smelling like cigarettes anymore.
Explain that to the court.
Well, there's been plenty of times when I saw ashes on the side of her door, and the first thing I smelled is smoke. And I asked, like, Leah, have you been smoking? No. Well, I was like, do you let your boyfriend smoke in the car? She said, yes. Well, I was like, well, do you think you could not let him do that? We got a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old. Our 2-year-old sleeps with his little blankie every night that he's attached to. He won't sleep without it. There've been numerous times when they come to my house, I have to wash the blanket because it smells like cigarettes. And obviously that's not preferable. The Leah that I knew, if we let our kids go somewhere like with her dad or something like that, her dad doesn't smoke, but if they came home smelling like cigarettes, that would have been it. You know, no more time with grandpa. But her boyfriend takes priority over even them.
Has she been a smoker?
No, nothing I know of.
You're saying she just started that?
Well, I don't think she's smoking, but I don't, at the same time, I don't know. I also didn't think she was taking any kind of illegal drugs either. But
now, as far as the marital residence goes, you've asked for exclusive possession. And do you feel like she's got everything out of the house that she will need as far as personal items? Or
the only thing I know of that she wants is a dresser. And, you know, if she wants to come take that, that's fine because it was a gift to her. I prefer her not to bring her boyfriend with her to take it, though, because I don't want him at the house.
Okay. And you talked to me about changing the locks, correct?
I did. Yeah. Whenever she sent me that threatening voice memo, she also sent me other threatening texts. You know,
and you did change the locks.
I did change the locks, and I sent her a text and I said, hey, I changed the locks. If you need to come by and get anything, I will gladly let you in. You just need to let me know. And that's when she came with the cops.
And that was based on my advice to you, correct?
Yes.
I don't know if you can.
Are you asking
for health and safety?
Mr. Wild did not have any
smoking
contact with the business as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that should be as big of a sacrifice as what Lee is making it out to be if he's only working there one day a week.
Are you concerned about them trying to do away with this business and start his business?
Absolutely, especially if he has a competing business not far away. She's posting on Facebook recommending his business on Moms of Hendersonville. Our business is located in Hendersonville, and she's recommending kids cuts for him. How does that help our business?
And you're asking for her to maybe give you some sort of accounting or something like that?
Absolutely. There's on our credit card, you can see, you know, she used our credit card, our business credit card, to buy her boyfriend a banner. There's a bunch of other purchases on there that may or may not be legitimate, but I don't know. There's a lot of Amazon purchases on there. I don't have access.
Is there actually a pleading that's on the docket for today about these issues that you're now talking about?
There is. I filed also a motion to reconsider the restraining order.
Shouldn't that be heard by Judge who issued it?
And I also filed well, I don't know that she's not coming back until the end of the year. And quite frankly, the restraining order is gone. As far as the meat of the restraining order, the money's already been returned.
I said the day isn't over yet. If you were the one who said, oh, no, that's not you. Oh, I said, but maybe you can say for health and safety reasons, you can't smoke in the car with the kids there. But again, yes, I don't know how much you can impose. In Denmark, we had a lot of problems because in Denmark, we have like kindergartens, and then you have like smaller units where there's one woman taking care of like 4 or 5 babies in her own home. And if they have that, no one can smoke in the house. And that's been a rule since I had kids, because we had a lot of problems because our caretaker or daycare worker, it always smelled like smoke in her house. And and I was a smoker at that time. And I said, I think the rules are no smoking inside the house. No, I was just outside smoking. So maybe it drifted in here, and we had to go through 2 rooms to get outside. So it was just pure BS.
Well, my question
is that you're asking for him what all he wants, and he's talking about now banning this gentleman from the business and so forth. And I don't know that there's a pleading down in any of these motions. You have a motion, the mandatory injunction, temporary restraining order to appear and show cause, motion to adopt a parenting plan, motion for exclusive possession of marital residence, motion to reconsider the temporary restraining order, and motion to set temporary parenting plan. Nothing in that indicates to me anything regarding the business.
Judge, there is. Let me put it up here. I filed a motion. It's a title motion for ex parte restraining order. The meat of the motion talks about a restraining order and then asks for it to be signed on an ex parte basis.
And Judge Lockhart Nash declined to issue that restraining order.
On an ex parte basis, but the motion for the restraining order is still there. And I asked for it to be heard, you know, with immediate consideration. But my understanding from these, the way they're done, the ex parte part, you declined to sign it. I wasn't given notice of the filing of the restraining order by Mrs. Valdez. But I got in, and we had talked on the phone. Ms. Tees and I had talked on the phone. She knew well that I represented her.
Jamie got mad because you left, and she said, if she's not sticking around, I'm leaving. Jamie was only here because you were here, so I blame you.
And I didn't get a notice of that as it went into the court. I got a notice of it as it came out signed. And then I filed these things. I questioned if, Judge Locker-Mash didn't get the other side of the story. If she would have looked at my pleadings, if she would have even signed as a restrainer.
I'm simply trying to identify what we're hearing today. And if you're saying that your motion for ex parte restraining order is separate today, I don't have it on the docket, but it is a part of the file. I just didn't see a notice of hearing on it.
Well, if you look at the notice of hearing, what I did say was, is expected to be introduced and filed with the court clerk for immediate consideration, this motion. And, the motion calls for a restraining order, and then it also asks for this to be heard on ex parte level to sign something which got denied. But there's also the motion and the body talks about, the father, by his counsel, requests a restraining order prohibiting the removal of the parties, minor children, namely the 3 children, by the petitioner. It talks about a restraining order. And that's what I'm asking for, and I think that's appropriate. And it also talks about the business and the things of that nature. But that's what I'm asking for, not to travel under today, as far as him not having any access to the business.
Steve, you've been standing. What do you have to say?
Yes, Judge. This motion was specifically for an ex parte restraining order, and it was denied. So I don't believe Mr. Hawley can go forward on a motion that has already been denied.
Well, like I said, it's an ex parte, and then there's also the motion for the restraining order. It's all in one. My understanding was that if it got denied as ex parte, we could still argue that.
Well, your motion for ex parte restraining order was denied. Then if there is something in the body of it, then that requests some sort of a hearing on a restraining order, then you would be required to give notice. So I'm simply saying that I'm not going to address the issue of restraining other people from being involved in the business because it was not a proper notice to Ms. Tease on that particular issue. But all of the motions that are properly noticed will have the hearing on that.
It's just because we're arguing legal.
Well, I don't know if you've looked at I would just say the last part of that motion. The husband has requested that a restraining order be issued. This is the prayer section. That a restraining order, be it not ex parte, the husband is requesting that a restraining order be issued, prohibiting the mother from removing the minor children from his care and custody, pending a hearing on this matter, and further prohibiting the mother from allowing access to the party's business, namely Giggles and Glam, in any manner whatsoever. So we did address the business in there. We're talking about the mother's
that was going to be heard today.
Well, again, the notice, and it was only because everybody's filing restraining orders. We're filing restraining orders I didn't have notice of. I know it's going to be signed and set, so I've prepared all of this to be sent in. Meanwhile, this got signed and got sent to me, in the process of filing all this stuff. But my notice did say the motion for ex parte restraining order, which is what I've entitled this motion I just read from, is expected to be introduced and filed with the court clerk for immediate consideration. And that was well within the time frame.
And it was immediately considered by Judge Locker-Mash, and it was immediately denied. That's all I'm pointing out, is that there was no additional notice rather, that the motion was going to then be presented in court today that Ms. Tease would have had notice of. So I'm simply ruling that it's not that particular portion of your motion, your motion for ex parte restraining order is not per se on the docket. You have motion to reconsider the temporary restraining order and all the other motions that are properly noticed. You may continue with your questioning of your client before we take a recess.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I know for a fact that the salon wasn't open until 1:30 a few days, with the last couple of weeks, maybe more. And I would say that's lost profits.
Now, have you yourself communicated to employees of Giggles and Glams telling them the situation that's going on?
After they left. So I had some reach out to me after they had left to let me know what was going on. But I had no communication as far as enticing or trying to tell anyone what was going on before they left.
You also stated earlier that, let's see, you felt threatened by the post made by Christopher Draper that you saw on the screen over there. Isn't it true that your name was not mentioned anywhere in that post?
Yeah, it's true that my name's not mentioned on the post.
And isn't it true that the reason your wife came to collect the guns from your house was to recoup on the money that you took out of the account so she could pay her employees?
I have no idea. She could have came there to disarm me. She could have came there to give the guns
But
to
didn't
her
she call you
boyfriend.
beforehand and tell you that she was coming to get them?
She was coming to get the guns, but I don't know what she's taking them for.
She didn't tell you the reason?
Taking guns.
That's all she said.
I mean, I would assume that it's one of 3 things. She's going to recoup the cost, which I don't know how you take someone else's guns that are registered to them and then you go and sell them. But it could have been that. But for all I know, with Leah's behavior lately, whatever she tells me, it could be the complete opposite. I mean, she could be giving guns to her boyfriend. She could be just keeping them so I don't have guns for some reason.
But in this case, you know that not to be true because she told you that she was coming to get the guns to recoup on the money you took from her.
I would assume so. I mean, that's what she said.
Okay.
I think, if I remember correctly.
All right. And did your wife ever consume wine while you guys were living together?
Yeah.
And that wasn't a concern for you the whole time you were married?
No, I mean, I never saw her get drunk. I don't drink, but I didn't have a problem with her drinking wine. She never consumed beer while we were married.
So now that you don't live together, you have a problem with it?
I have a problem with her taking drugs. And then also with her behavior lately, tells me that she is not practicing self-discipline. So I don't want her drinking when the kids are there.
But during the course of your marriage, have you ever known her to be an alcohol abuser or a drug user?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And that's what's so concerning.
Yet you want her to be court ordered to take a hair follicle test and she has no history of drug abuse?
I mean, she literally just said she took drugs.
She has a history because she admitted on the stand under oath she did drugs. Come on now.
Why would I not want her to take a drug test? And that's the one that she admitted to anyway. I don't know if there's others.
Do you think a one-time incident and drug abuse are the same thing, sir?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have any idea how to pay the employees of Giggles and Glam?
Not currently.
And so is it normal for you to make such a large withdrawal from the business account?
We don't think we've ever taken 10,000. Again, the goal was to take 5,000. We've definitely taken 5,000 from the business. We've taken up to, I think, 7,000 or 8,000 a month from the business. Like I said, it's not normal for me not to take money from the business for months at a time. Every month, I withdrew money from our business. And like Leah said, she would let me know the profits. I withdrew the money, and we shared all of our bank accounts, so we would put them in bank accounts. But from June profits until now, I didn't take anything.
Okay, and so what did you do with the 10,000? You just were leaving it in your
5,000 I
account?
put it back immediately. And 5,000 I was holding.
And did your wife voice to you that she wouldn't be able to pay both of your employees if you don't put it back?
Yeah, and I actually voiced to her, let me know, give me something besides these credit card statements that I see of you just using, our business as your personal piggy bank. Give me something so that way I can help, because this is a 50-50 business. Even if she has been operating it, it's still a 50-50 business.
Didn't she in fact tell you that she'd be happy to provide you with an accounting?
And she never did. She just filed.
All right, have the since your wife moved out of the marital residence, have your children been harmed in any way physically?
No.
Okay.
Nothing I know of anyway.
Since she's moved out, I mean, we've seen one video of your child crying. Does your child cry every single night?
No, it doesn't cry every single night. I think it's pretty common knowledge that divorce causes trauma to children, even if they're not crying every night.
Right, so you're saying that this is not unique for children to be upset about a divorce?
No, it's not unique. I think that this divorce is unique. I don't think it's normal. I wouldn't say it's normal to be having an affair with a felon, and the father to be concerned about that.
But your child was not crying about the affair with the felon, right? They were just crying that you guys are getting divorced.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, Judge, I have nothing further.
All right. Let me ask you this question. Let's take Mr. Wilding out of the scenario. You said she was the primary caregiver and she was a
Happy Thanksgiving, Scotty.
pretty good mother during the time you and she were married. Take Mr. Wilding out of the situation. What concerns do you have about her being able to take care of the children?
That is the majority of the concern. I mean, the behavior change is also concerning, but I do think most of that comes with her connection with Mr. Wilden. Like I said, Leah's whole personality, everything about her has changed in the last month and a half.
How old are you?
I'm 34.
And are you the same person you were when you were 18?
I'm not, but it's a drastic change in such a short amount of time.
Well, trust me, when you get to be my age, that you're not the same person you were when you were your age right now. That life is full of changes, and sometimes people stay the course and they continue on in the same situation, even though they may change. Other times they change because something becomes more important than others.
Yeah, I think that's happened. I think that her relationship with Mr. Weldon has become more important than other things.
Anything further?
So you said Ms. T's talked to you about the children not being harmed. Fair to say they're not harmed? There's not been any neglect? Because they spent in the last, since the separation, the majority of the time with you.
Yeah.
I mean, this has not been 50-50 since the time of the separation, has it?
No.
I mean, you heard her say 65-35. What percentage would you put on there as far as you having the kids and now her being a mother?
I would say on a conservative side, maybe 75 on my end, but probably closer to 80, 85.
And again, you all had talked about 50-50, correct?
Yeah.
And when you say 75 to 85% with you, was that by any great declaration that you made?
No, it was because I didn't, at the time, up until now, I didn't have the power to keep the kids away from her. Anytime that I was given extra with them is because she gave them to me.
Hey, Melissa F.
Your concern with your children now, I think you testified, was her using drugs and drinking.
Correct? Yeah, in her relationship with Mr. Wilden.
And I think you testified your youngest or your middle child can't sleep. Which child couldn't sleep?
Our 2-year-old can't sleep at her house by himself anyway. He can sleep with his older brother, which he doesn't do. He's never done before, but that's what Lee has communicated to me.
Okay. And you said you lived in your house now how many years?
Like 2.5 years, something like that.
This is the only house he knows.
Oh yeah, he's 2 years old. So yeah, this is the house he's known.
And again, you're asking the court pending the final hearing to be the primary parent to kind of maintain the status quo now.
Absolutely.
That's perfect.
Redirect recall?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Would you say that it's normal behavior for a child to take a little bit to adjust when they move into a new residence? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think that mixed with the compounded on top of separation of parents and never being in school before is a lot for a little child.
And would you say that it's understandable that the kids might have spent more time with you in the last couple weeks because my client was moving into a new residence and working?
Yeah, but that's not the reason why she did it. She did it because she's going on trips or she had to work or.
But you don't actually know that. That's just what you're speculating.
Well, she did. I know for a fact on one Saturday she went on an all-day trip with her boyfriend, and then obviously this last Saturday she was on a weekend trip with him. But
that accounts for very minimal days of the last 33. Is that accurate?
To my knowledge, I mean, most of the time she wouldn't tell me what she was doing.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down.
I think this is roughly at the halfway mark, and I need to make myself some dinner. But thank you so much, Dennis Heaton. Thanks for being here for people who may not be able to be with anyone today. Happy Thanksgiving. We're still cooking, so it's only part-time listening today. I need to get some food in me. I will be back. We will do the cookies, and then we'll watch the rest of this. So people, if you don't have somewhere to be, can be here for a little while longer or until I fall off my chair. Because, as Dennis said, maybe you don't have anywhere to go today, and then you have here to hang out. And there will be cookies. There will be more divorce court. The best thing in life, things. Multiple, plural, things in life. You just got. Well, I hope you made it good. Don't get drunk. I hardly ever drink. I drink every Friday, one beer with me and Brandon. Other than that, I hardly ever drink unless I go out to drink. Haven't drunk in a lot of years because I have a slight problem that I'm very, very good at drinking. And that's my crux. Need to have divorce court episodes on Valentine's Day. Yeah, if I have nothing else, that could be my Valentine's Day. But if you want to come back in, it's going to be roughly half an hour. I'm back. We're going to do the cookies because I'm smart like that. I'm going to make my dinner in the oven and then I can just use that for the cookies. I'll be back at 2. So 2 Eastern. Everyone, go have a breath of fresh air and come back in roughly half an hour and we'll have more fun, more Thanksgiving, because that's what holidays are for us streamers, giving you somewhere to hang out if you might not have somewhere to go to get dinner. And this afternoon will be Jamie free, so there will be no yelling. That's all I can say. But angels, any of you who are here, I put the new link in chat if anyone wants to join. The rest of you, have a wonderful dinner. I'll see you half an hour-ish.
Oh my gosh, you guys! There's a class called